Nearly every family in America is set to receive this huge amount of money thanks to a new initiative funded by Trump and a famous billionaire. Mike Odell, who is the world's 10th richest man, has been working alongside Trump to launch a new program called Trump Accounts that will provide direct financial support to these two major groups of Americans. The first group is smaller and will receive money from Trump's recently passed legislation stipulating that every household will get $1,000 deposited into a federally managed account that's directly invested in the stock market for each child that they have in 2025 and beyond. The money cannot be withdrawn until the child turns 18, with the expectation that this initial $1,000 will have grown substantially by then. But the second group is much bigger and will receive money directly from Dell's donation of $6.25 billion, which expands the Trump Accounts program by providing an estimated 25 million Americans who are of age 10 and under with an additional $250.
Rob, you had one of the charts that you had up a minute ago, which was phenomenal, showing who's getting entitlement benefits. Check this out. This is family receiving welfare. So purple is illegal headed households. Red is legal immigrants. Blue is U.S.-born headed households.
The people we want to give the welfare to.
The people you
Citizens.
want to give it to. And when you look at this, cash, go with a food. Look at what food looks like. Illegal, 48%. Legal, 38%. That becomes what? That's 82%. Whatever that number is, a massive percentage of it is those two. Then you have the Americans. People see numbers like this, they're like, what am I doing with my tax pay? Why am I paying taxes? To support who?
Hey, America, I'm learning about your history and just heard about the Boston Massacre. How many people died? The British killed 5 people. Just 5 million people? Just 5 million? No, just 5 people. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. Why did you call it a massacre if it's just 5 people? We define anything above 4 deaths as a massacre. What would you have called it? I don't know, the Boston interaction? That's not history. I would never recorded that. I've lost millions of more people and have way less dramatic titles than the Boston Massacre. Okay, wait, I'm starting to put things together. How many people died in the Gangzhou disagreement? 40 million. 40 million people. Okay, what about when you're talking about that Guangdong disagreement? Did anybody die there? Yeah, like 300 million people died, and then like 40% of all habitable land got destroyed. You have to be making this up. 300 million men, women, and children died? No, you said people, right? No, 300 million men died. Yeah. No, you said people is wild. Yeah, they are wild. Women. What are you gonna do? Just throw them out. That's what I say.
Taxpayers have been defrauded by over $1 billion in Minnesota, mostly from Somali immigrants. Okay, fraud is horrible, yes, but can we stop the demonization of an entire community? Listen to this. This fraud spans across multiple federal and state programs in Minnesota, the largest one being a federal USDA program to feed hungry children, which uses federal dollars but is administered by the state. And prosecutors found that a nonprofit called Feeding Our Future became a partner to dozens of local businesses that enrolled as feeding sites, and the government reimbursed them for invoices claiming to have fed tens of thousands of children, when in actuality, most of the meals were non-existent, and the business owners spent the funds on luxury cars, houses, and even real estate projects abroad. This fraud case cost taxpayers upwards to $250 million. Yeah, it's a horrible situation. No one is defending fraud, and those found culpable are being prosecuted. But again, why are you demonizing Somali Americans because of this? Well, since these massive fraud schemes in Minnesota have been discovered, 78 out of the 86 people who have been charged are of Somali descent. And a professor of Somali descent who is a leading expert in Somali studies told the New York Times part of this could be attributed to the fact that Somali refugees who came to the United States after their country's civil war were raised in a culture in which stealing from the country's dysfunctional and corrupt government was widespread. Maybe we should think more deeply about which countries we admit people from. Okay, stop it. Over 80,000 Somali immigrants live in Minnesota. What is it with this group punishment nonsense over the misdeeds of less than 0.1% of the Minnesota Somali population? Most of them are hardworking taxpayers who are just as negatively affected by this fraud as the rest of us. And the founder of Feeding Our Future, who was considered the ringleader of that $250 million fraud case, Amy Bach, clearly isn't Somali, so maybe we should stop the demonization. Well, Amy weaponized the liberal white guilt of Tim Walz and state regulators. In 2020, the Minnesota State Department of Education began raising questions about the plausibility of some invoices, and Feeding Our Future sent them an email saying that failing to promptly approve new applicants from minority-owned businesses would result in a lawsuit featuring accusations of racism that would be sprawled across the news. Well, what that suggests to me is that people from Somalia are not more likely to commit fraud, but they were just more likely to get away with it in Minnesota. Minnesota, as Minnesotans are very generous, and therefore they rank as the second best state in the nation for children, among other high rankings. But this compassion makes them vulnerable for fraud, and I'd rather have a government err on the side of the people and get burned by a little fraud than not to care about the people at all. And just this year, Tim Walz proposed a new $39 million anti-fraud plan. How compassionate is it that a group that represents over 400 employees at the Minnesota Department of Human Services say they warned Tim Walz of this fraud early on back in 2020, and he retaliated against whistleblowers with monitoring, threats, and repression. So this fraud in a nation seems to run much deeper than what's apparent. And everyone is for getting to the bottom of this and rooting out fraud, but demonizing an entire group of immigrants based on the crimes of a few is sick. 78 out of 86, bud. Less than 0.01%, bud. Don't bud me, buddy boy.
Well, and that's where we're at with that situation, and we are live. Well, this is S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into Trump signing the Congo and Rwanda peace deal. Then we're going to get into a media analysis on, of course, PKXF possible war crime. We're also going to be getting more into this Somali fraud and a whole lot more. All right, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, and let's get right into it.
In this building, using it for peace, and it's all about peace, and it's a great honor. And Marco, you've done a fantastic job and getting it ready, but it's a spectacular building, and we all appreciate it. And very importantly, we're settling a war that's been going on for decades, with millions and millions of people killed. And these two gentlemen spent a lot of time backstage talking to each other, and over at the Oval Office. We were at the Oval Office together. It was beautiful. And I think it's just a very important day. And we have other leaders from other countries, and you said such beautiful things. I'd love to have you come up. We'll finish up, and then I'd love to have you come up, and if you could issue the words that you just issued backstage. It usually doesn't work, you know. It usually never happens. They said, oh, they said it much better before, but you will probably do better up here. But I'd love to have you say how you felt, because it is an amazing day. Great day for Africa, great day for the world, and for these two countries. And they have so much to be proud of. And I want to thank the leaders. I want to thank you very much. It means maybe more because we are here together for the first time ever in this building. Brand new, beautiful building. I don't want to tell you how much it costs, because I hear it's a lot. Okay, they don't build inexpensively here, but I just want to thank you very much. So please sit down, everybody. I want to thank everybody for being here. It's a momentous occasion. It's truly incredible setting. It's very few places I've seen like this. In this holy season, we prepare to celebrate the birth of the Prince of Peace. We have come to the U.S. Institute of Peace to sign a historic agreement that will end one of the longest running conflicts anywhere in the world, with far more than 10 million people killed. Today, we commit to stopping decades of violence and bloodshed, and to begin a new era of harmony and cooperation between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda. I want to thank the two courageous leaders. They are courageous leaders. They really are courageous leaders, great people. President S.E.T of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and President Kagame of Rwanda. They are amazing people, and they had stories to tell me that were incredible. Really fascinating in so many different ways. Sad and beautiful, both sad and beautiful, and today makes them beautiful. I've just held really fantastic meetings with both men and representatives of other countries, where we discussed the importance of upholding this new agreement. Very detailed, powerful agreement. I also want to thank several foreign guests and dignitaries in attendance to celebrate this magnificent event, including the president of Angola. Please, would you stand? And so great to see you. Thank you.
Now, I want you guys to understand why, one, this is a great win for Trump, and two, why now? Because I guess the Dems finally read the peace deal, and they've discovered that this does involve a U.S. minerals deal, pretty much a critical mineral and U.S.-backed economic integration. So, yes, when I told you that Donald Trump somehow works in a trade deal with these peace plans, this is one of the examples I was talking about. And it seems like the Dems just got around to reading the fine print and they're a bit upset about it. There's like, oh, he only did this for the minerals. Yeah, sure. And to save lives as well. Both can be true.
The president of Burundi, thank you very much. Great to see you again. The president of Kenya. We have the Olympics here. They do very well in the Olympics, those runners. I don't know what the heck you do with those runners.
Oh, God.
They are very good. I've been watching them for a long time. So we have the Olympics coming to the United States. You know that. Thank you very much. And you'll come as our guest. Thank you. And the president of the Council of Ministers of Togo. Thank you. Thank you very much. The vice president of Uganda. Thank you. It's such a beautiful color. Like all these guys are wearing these.
All right, guys, let's get past the shout outs here.
Up last night. They said that's a great honor. It really is. On this building, it's a great honor. Thank you very much. I assume you had a lot to do with that. Just a little bit. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. And senior advisor for Africa, Masad Boulos, who's been fantastic. Thank you, Masad. All of these people, every one of them were indispensable in forging this agreement. Let me also recognize Senators Mike Rounds and Lindsey Graham. Lindsey, thank you. Mike, wherever you may be. Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
Really?
Representative.
I ain't gonna lie, hearing Lindsey Graham name being brought up at any type of peace deal is quite the surprise, since this guy is the main guy who wants to go to war with, well, man, I don't know, maybe it's just the Muslims. Maybe it's just the Muslims in Venezuela. I don't know. Maybe he's just nitpicking with those guys. But it is surprising to hear this man's name being mentioned in any type of peace deal or peace ceremony.
Ronnie Jackson. Where's Ronnie? Ronnie is that great guy. He won his race in Texas by 48 points, right? So I don't have to ask if he's in any. I don't even have to endorse him anymore. It doesn't matter. Save the paper, right? Great job. Chris Smith. Chris. Thank you, Chris. Great. Good job. Trent Kelly. Trent. Thank you very much. Thank you. And the acting president of the Institute for Peace, Darren Beatty. Thank you, Darren, very much. Thank you very much, Darren. For more than 30 years, one of the worst conflicts on earth has been raging in eastern Congo. Millions and millions of people have been tragically killed, went on forever, and countless more have been displaced from their homes. Families have been destroyed. It's been a disaster. Many administrations have tried, but probably not too hard, knowing who preceded me. But they tried. It says they've tried, but we tried harder to end this conflict. But they've accomplished, obviously, they accomplished very little because the killing went on at levels that just got worse and worse. And today we're succeeding where so many others have failed. And this has become the 8th war that we've ended in less than 1 year. Such an exciting thing to do. This has been a really, because we're talking about 30 years of fighting, 30 years, much more than 10 million lives.
Yeah, and then it turned into one big, three-way battle. Because what was it? Even the what was it? M23? It was a paramilitary group backed by Rwanda, but then they end up operating separately from Rwanda, becoming its own political coalition. So it went from a two-way war to a one-on-one to a three-way war, and Trump has been able to get a peace deal through, but there are some, concerns, right? So is the peace still dead? No, it's not, but it's limping because on the ground, there is still no full ceasefire. There's no full Rwandan withdrawal. And in terms of Rwanda has withdrawal, but not this M23 military group. And of course, no full M23 disarmament. And this is the main, I guess, like I said, this is the main problem here because they were back in Rwanda, but then they went and spun off and doing their own thing. And now they're just another problem that's going on within this conflict. And they have yet to be disarmed. So the Congo and Rwanda are cool, but this M23 military group, or terrorist group, probably about to be a terrorist group in a second, is still going around killing people. So this is where they say that the peace deal is somewhat limping.
Last June, thanks to the efforts of Secretary Rubio and Mr. Boulos, Rwanda and the DRC reached a landmark agreement to move toward peace. They started the process. I met with some of their great representatives who are here also, and we started a great process. The compact we're signing today, which will be known as the Washington Accords, everybody sort of liked that name, formalizes the terms agreed to in June, including a permanent ceasefire, the disarmament of non-state forces, provisions for refugees to return to their homes, and justice and accountability for those who have committed illegal atrocities. Very importantly, this agreement also creates a new framework for economic prosperity. There's tremendous wealth in that beautiful earth. It's beautiful earth.
Yes, there is.
But it was stained badly with blood.
Yeah, one of the main goals is one to stop the cross-border war that's happening between Rwanda and the Congo, or the Democratic Republic of Congo. And the conflict is mainly centered around, like I said, the M23 military group or rebels in Eastern Congo. And they want to do is to reset relations around security and critical minerals, because we've been in talks with Congo, or the Democratic Republic of Congo, about their uranium and other critical minerals. But the problem is, though, we haven't been able to get access to that due to this M23 rebels, the rebels causing a ruckus over there where we need to do the mining. And we just can't have that. It's bad for business. So, trying to get a peace deal through so we can take advantage.
Tremendous amounts of blood. But in the region that will support it.
I mean, bringing peace and making money. You got to love it.
Lasting peace, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda have agreed to more closely integrate their economies with each other rather than fighting. And they'll be doing that. And these two gentlemen are very smart, and I think they liked each other a lot. I spent time with them. I think they liked some people may be surprised. I really do. I think they've spent a lot of time killing each other, and now they're going to spend a lot of time hugging, holding hands, and taking advantage of the United States of America economically, like every other country does. So they're going to do very well. But they do have some very valuable things. They're going to have a lot of money and a lot of success. And
that's actually a funny way of putting it. I mean, instead of just being war-torn countries, you guys can join the rest of the world in benefiting off our consumer market. Like everybody else, you could be a leech. Like, come on and join the party. Kind of a crude way of putting it, but it's true. And shout out to my man Gaming for starting us off, or as I like to call him, OBG. And shout out, he says, why don't France get involved since they love labor? Literally. I don't know, man. France, they got their own problems going on. Apparently, their whole economy is on the verge of collapsing as well, because apparently Macron don't know how to handle money. And even though he was brought up through a banking family, was connected to the Rothschilds, which is a huge banking family, and yet he's terrible with economics. Is absolutely phenomenal to be effing up that bad with that type of background.
I think they're going to get along really well, so I hope so. Thank you very much. Look at them. Look at the way they love each other. Thank you. So I have a lot of confidence in both leaders. We'll keep these commitments. I know they're going to keep them and follow through on the agreement and create a much brighter future for the people of their countries and their heroes within their countries because of today. And this is a big story. And so much is being written and said. All of the newscasts have it at the top of the list. And they are heroes, and we want to keep it that way. Today, the United States is also signing our own bilateral agreements with the Congo and Rwanda that will unlock new opportunities for the United States to access critical minerals and provide economic benefits for everybody. And we'll be involved. We're sending some of our biggest and greatest companies over to the two countries, and we're going to take out some of the rare earth,
man.
Take out some of.
So I'm gonna give y'all a little backstory, because France and Africa, bro, France are savages. they've done nothing but pillage African countries for the resources, like Niger. So this is why I believe about 2 years ago, Niger revolted against France, kicked all of their guys out, kicked the leader that they implanted on the citizens of Niger, because they was pillaging them for all of their resources without letting the people take advantage of it. And this is what gaming is pretty much talking about, because France has a history of going around African countries and pillaging these guys for the resources while not allowing these guys to benefit from it, thus invoking slavery and all that. I mean, the reason why they got African children picking lithium in mines barehanded, well, is because of countries like France. And probably they have a hand in that as well. So, yeah, I know. I mean, a lot of countries want to call US racist. I'll be like, bro, y'all might want to turn an eye to France real quick.
The assets and pay, and everybody's going to make a lot of money. These are just two of the many new agreements related to mineral supplies that my administration has achieved this year, including with Australia, Japan, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, South Korea, and many other countries. With all of these agreements, we're forging new economic security partnerships that protect the interests of America and our friends and partners. And a core feature of my administration's national security strategy, a big part of which is the tariffs. We're taking in trillions of dollars in tariffs. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And it's given us really great national security. Yeah, we'll be paying down debt. We'll be making distributions to people. And we're really doing a job. It's amazing. I was with a gentleman, the future king of Saudi Arabia, and you've heard me say this a couple of times, but 2 months ago when I was over there, he said, and actually Qatar is represented today, and UAE is.
Hey, and shout out Tori for sending a floating heart for 10 jewels. Appreciate the support, sis.
Represented, and your leader said the exact same thing, different words, but the exact same thing, that 1 year ago they thought our country was dead. And now our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We have over $18 trillion. That's just in 10 months. Pledged or being invested or pledged to be invested in the United States. Think of that, 18 trillion. The highest amount we've ever had is 1.5. Under the Biden administration, they did much less than 1 in 4 years. Think of that. So they did less than 1 trillion in 4 years. We have 18 trillion in 10 months. It's going to be much more than that, too. No other country in history has ever been close, no matter what country you pick. So I want to thank you again, everybody, for your great vision. And I want to thank the people, especially the people that we named. Some of the others that unfortunately we didn't name, we just couldn't do that. But for your vision and for your courage, because it's made it possible to begin healing old wounds and transcending past differences and creating a future where every child of God can live in dignity, prosperity, and peace. And these are two very good men, and they're two potentially very strong countries. I'd like to now invite President Kagame to.
And that makes it for his address. Now let's get over to this nice little funny clip as we get into the media analysis. Please enjoy.
On behalf of all Black people from all over the world, we would like to give President Trump, the greatest president of all time, our most valuable nigger pass. With this nigger pass, he can say the N-word as many times as he wants, anytime he wants. Thank you very much, and have a nice day.
I mean, hey, man, when African countries give you the nigga pass, I mean, what can you do? They're like the blackest people on earth. How can they not give out the pass? All right, let's get right into it. With Jesse Waters. We're going to start off on the right and make our way over to the left.
It was opening day at the Donald J. Trump Institute of Peace. Yep, Rubio surprised 47 and slapped his name.
Hey, and shout out Sev. How you doing, sis? He said send a party hat for 20 jewels. Appreciate the support.
Name on the building. There's nothing that Trump loves more than that.
We are here together for the first time ever in this building. Brand new, beautiful building. I don't want to tell you how much it costs because I hear it's a lot.
Trump's ending wars, but Democrats are starting one with him. Seditious Six Kelly's launching the first strike.
He's trying to silence us. He's trying to silence me. He didn't like what I said. He wants me to shut up. But he picked the wrong guy to go after, because that ain't happening.
Kelly's daring Trump to arrest him so he can get that mugshot bounce and run for president. Maxine Waters, no relation, then hit him with the double tap.
The President of the United States is a killer.
Wow.
I am outraged at the way that on his own, without any consultation, he doesn't know who they are, whether they're innocent or whether they're guilty.
I'm sorry, but it's completely outrageous that this thing that Trump is bombing these boats and not knowing who's on there at all, or the military is bombing these boats with no intel on who's on these boats. Or you're just thinking that the military, that Trump's just saying, yo, strike that boat, and the military is just saying, okay, Fuhrer, our commander. Like, no, it's not going down like that. They obviously have intel on what's on these boats, who's on these boats, and where these boats came from. Like, just because you guys are not getting the information don't mean the man's blowing up innocent civilians. I mean, that's absolutely ridiculous. Now, is it questionable? Yes, it is. Like when they did the second strike on the alleged 2 people that were alive. That's a problem. I'll sit there and admit that. But to sit there and say just bombing innocent people in the ocean, I mean, or in the Caribbean Sea, is insane.
He should follow the laws. The laws does not allow or intend for the President of the United States to just kill anybody that he wants to kill.
Well, I'm afraid it does. Obama killed an American citizen with a missile, aimed it right at him. Maxine didn't call him a murderer. She called him Messiah. It'd be nice if Democrats would help us protect the homeland, but they won't even say the N-word. Narco.
Any American who sees the video that I saw will see the United States military attacking shipwrecked sailors. Bad guys, but attacking shipwrecked sailors.
Shipwrecked sailors is the new Maryland debt.
Shipwrecked sailors? I mean, you mean narco terrorists? I mean, that's a crazy way of spinning it. These guys are shipwrecked sailors. Like, bro, they didn't run into an iceberg in the middle of the goddamn sea, bro. What? They didn't get hit by some missile and then the ship went down. It's not a shipwreck. We bombed them because they're narco terrorists. Allegedly. Hopefully. Okay. That's crazy to say shipwreck. It's like, bro, it's like, yeah, it is like Kilmar Garcia. He's an illegal immigrant, but you're going to say he's a Maryland man.
Politicians got a briefing from Admiral Bradley today, who ordered the second Coke boat strike. And
oh, guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate support, by the way. But let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Oh, and I guess a nice little special. So if you do support through Venmo, we go ahead and double the worth of that donation. So if you send $1 worth $2 worth $4, and so on and so on. If you send it through Venmo, it really don't matter, but just a little thing we do.
Democrats ran to the cameras to lie.
You have 2 helpless men clinging to debris, and perhaps they made a radio call for help. We're getting details on that hopefully soon. But reasonable. 2 helpless men clinging to debris, radioing for a rescue hardly means they're in the fight. They weren't in the fight even before the first strike. How can they be in the fight when they're helpless clinging to debris?
This is the Russia hoax on repeat.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. Let's be real. Just because they got struck doesn't mean that they're not narco terrorists. I mean, it's so what? You're not a narco terrorist until your boat blows up. Like, as soon as the boat blows up, you're no longer a narco terrorist. Now you're just a shipwrecked worker, whatever that guy called him. What did he say? Because that was genius. He said, "Well, look, you're no longer a narco terrorist. Once we bombed the boat, you are now a shipwrecked sailor." Remember that. That is hilarious.
Get an intelligence briefing and then storm out and spin the truth. This is actually what happened. After the first strike, Admiral Bradley and his team and a lawyer spent about an hour analyzing the aftermath, waiting for the smoke to clear and assessing the damage to the drugs and to the boat. They determined the boat was still intact. The narcotics hadn't been completely incinerated, and the terrorists were radioing the cartel to come grab the goods. The Koch brothers were very much in the fight.
I saw 2 survivors trying to flip a boat loaded with drugs bound for the United States back over so they could stay in the fight. and potentially, given all the context we heard, of other narco-terrorist boats in the area coming to their aid to recover their cargo and recover those narco-terrorists.
Now, here's the thing, though. It's either the cartel is just complete savages and they really don't care about these drugs or the people they put on these boats. Or, you know what? Let's put a little bit of suspicion into it. Because why would the cartel just keep sending out these boats knowing damn well we're out there blowing them up? And I don't know, maybe we're missing some of these boats where they're actually getting through, and this is why they keep on trying, because some of these boats are actually getting through. Like, they send 10 boats and like we blow up 3, but 7 still get through. Like, I'm not really sure on the math on that. But why do they keep sending them out? And then here's the thing, though. Like, one, let's say these 2 people were important cartel members, and this is why we double tapped them. Like, why would they send such important people out there? Why are they, and let's be real, why are they still sending personnel out there knowing damn well we're out there to blow their ass up? I'm just adding a bit of reasonable suspicion to it, just a little bit.
Senator Tom Cotton, chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, after an initial investigation, said he had no problem with the operation and said expect more of it.
Okay. I mean, no, but yes, please expect more of it, because we did it today again, except there were no survivors.
In the same shot if you're in that position?
If I was Admiral Bradley and I'd been delegated that authority, absolutely. And I'd do it again.
A war crime is not partisan. Anybody who sees a real war crime immediately knows it's a war crime. It's unmistakably repugnant. If Democrats and Republicans disagree on whether something's a war crime, that means it isn't, and it's politics.
True.
And the Democrats that have seen the video, they're not even really calling it a war crime. They're not even using those words. They're just saying they're concerned and faking it. So not only was a lawyer in the room, we've confirmed they're not fishermen, and the so-called survivors were trying to recover the boat, call for cartel help, and keep moving the drugs. We also confirmed that Hegseth never ordered kill them all.
I don't think there was. I would have been surprised had Hegseth given the order to kill them all.
The head of U.S. Southern Command, an admiral.
I'm like, yeah, let's be honest. If that was Hegseth ordered, then I mean, trust me, we'd have been doing that. We'd have been did that. And I would like these guys to explain what was the difference between when you blew up that one boat and there were survivors and you let them go back home. Like, all right, well, what was the difference between this boat? There were survivors. I mean, you pick them up and you send them back home, not blow their ass up. Or maybe there was an order in between where they just said, well, next time there's survivors, guys, just blow them up. Because this is actually what happened. We picked them up. Apparently, these guys were narco terrorists now, or work with the cartel, and we brought them back to be prosecuted by their country. Do you think their country is going to prosecute them? Most likely not, because they're working with the cartel. So maybe in between that exchange or in between that time, we put out a new order just to take them out completely. Like there ain't no use. And shout out to my man Gaming. He says volume. Wait. He said volume. You send more to overwhelm the net. True. That is true. You do send like they could send out like 20 boats full of all the drugs in the world. And let's be real, they make these drugs for cheap, guys. They're worth millions of dollars in our eyes in sale value. In manufacturing value is very cheap to make this, especially when they're growing it out there in the field. So they can send as much drugs and much people on boats, and they can kidnap people, hold them for ransom, say you deliver the boat so I kill your family. They can do that all day, send 20 boats out there in the Caribbean Sea. We blow up maybe like 5 of them, but 15 boats still make it. Like, hey, that could be our situation right now.
With 30 years of experience, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, various intelligence officials, the Secretary of Defense, prepared for weeks, gathered intelligence, and rehearsed contingency options for this exact situation that unfolded. They were in communication with SEAL Team 6, who was operating the drone. And after an hour of studying the footage, determined a second strike was necessary to destroy the boat, the coke, and complete the mission. Sounds pretty methodical to me. Morning Joe says war crime.
The new sort of rules of warfare is if you have a prisoner and they're indefensible and they have a radio, you can shoot them in the head.
Right.
That's now the new Hegseth policy. If they have a radio, you can shoot them in the head.
Yeah.
Forget the war crime.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jet for sending a high for 100 joules. Appreciate the support, my man.
So yeah, they're making up as they go along every day.
Yeah, so it's just a bunch of sailors listening to Shakira on the radio. Morning Joe wants us to sell tomahawks to Zelensky so he can shoot him deep into Russia and kill thousands of people.
True.
But we can't launch 2 missiles into the Gulf of America to protect the good old stars and stripes.
Yeah, that is what's so confusing about the Dems. I mean, y'all are so war hungry to get into it with Russia and understand that you'd be pushing us into World War III, but taking out the cartel guys, you guys have a huge problem with that for some reason. Something that protects the American people, gives us dominance in this hemisphere. Yeah, you're against that, but you're okay with the war that gives us no benefit whatsoever, except, well, no benefits. Actually, only disadvantages like wasted tax dollars.
Come on. Congressman Dan Crenshaw, a former Navy SEAL who served in Iraq and Afghanistan, says these guys don't know what the heck they're talking about.
I can't recall any time in my history doing counterterrorism operations in Iraq, Afghanistan, what have you, where we strike a group, whether that's a building or a boat or a vehicle.
Yep.
And then we were like, oh, well, they're survivors. So we have to go. We can't kill them.
Now, as much as establishment goon this guy is, Dan Crenshaw, as much as an establishment goon that he is, I mean, he has a good point. Yeah, it's like, bro, like I said, what's the difference between the strikes in the Caribbean Sea and the strike that we did on the Houthis in Yemen, and where we took out a whole apartment building, most likely where we did actually kill innocent civilians, plus the members of that terrorist group. So, and let's remember, the cartel has now been designated a terrorist group. So what's the difference between blowing them up and killing them in the Caribbean Sea and blowing up the Houthis in Yemen in an apartment building?
Of course we killed them.
Of course. If you remember, we didn't take a lot of prisoners during the war on terror. Those were shoot-to-kill missions. When Trump designated the cartels as terrorists, it changes the mission. The president absolutely has this authority to conduct this war the way he's doing it, and is on strong constitutional and historic grounds. But our friend Shree is not convinced. He wants to impeach.
This secretary has to go. He's incompetent. He's, violated. He has committed war crimes. He must go.
Oh, guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen.
And if both parties, if Republicans are willing to look at this for the merit of this case and not just their loyalty to President Trump, this can be done.
So if we're impeaching Hegseth, what are we going to do with bombs away Barry and loose cannon Leon? Listen to Barack's director of defense intelligence.
At the heart of it, we use double tap.
I mean, let's look, man. Let's be real. Obama done recklessly killed people through bombings. Biden done recklessly killed innocent people through bombings. And here's the thing. Trump, he's bombing narco terrorists, alleged narco terrorists. Like I said, we don't have the full intel. We are going off the trust me, bro, of the military and the CIA at this point, to be quite honest with you guys.
Taps all the time. Some of them probably were injured, yet you hit them again. It was bipartisan support on the Hill for doing it.
My buddy who served in Iraq said, Jesse, anything worth bombing once is worth bombing twice.
Well, damn.
Now, that might be hard to hear for some folks, but it is what it is. Was a guy in a hole in Syria with an AK a direct threat to the United States? But Democrats in the media never picked a fight when Obama dropped 16,000 bombs there in 1 year and wiped out dozens of civilians.
Yep.
What innocent civilians are on these coke boats? These are cartel pilots. These are Venezuelan mob bosses, sex traffickers, drug runners.
I'll tell you like this, and this, I mean, I feel more comfortable about these strikes than the ones that was happening in Yemen, where we were bombing whole buildings to take out a few terrorists. So I don't know. I'm a little bit more comfortable with this. This is a direct attack on the so-called cartel the narco terrorists. And like I said, we are going off the trust me, bro, of the military and the CIA. But let's be real. More than likely, these are narco terrorist boats. And if they are discovered not to be, then, I mean, whew, we got a huge problem. Huge problem.
Do we need to stop sniffing so much blow in America?
Mm.
Yeah. We need to address demand. Yeah. But we also have to address supply. And blowing these Coke books.
That is true, because I think it's a very ignorant argument to sit there and say, well, who's buying it? Do you know we buy the most drugs? Well, yeah, but how can they buy it if there's no supply? Like, yes, if there's no supply, then they can't get their drugs, aka they're gonna have to find a way off it, or they're gonna start, I don't know, start sniffing something else, God forbid. But killing the supply helps these guys get off drugs. If they can't find cocaine, crack, or fentanyl anywhere because we done locked up the borders, we done stopped it, or we didn't, or very little gets in to the point where the fentanyl skyrockets to an unaffordable price, then yes, that is going to help out. That's going to help out the millions of Americans who want to sit there and buy the bullshit. Yes, there are millions of Americans. We do have one of the biggest illegal drug buying population. But guess what? That could all be solved if we kill the supply. I mean, just because there's a demand don't mean we need to let in the supply for that demand. I mean, this isn't your regular economics. We're dealing with the black market here.
Water does that. Coke boat traffic has dropped like a rock, and the cartels are on notice, and so is dictator Maduro. The president doesn't need to ask Schumer permission to kill terrorists, to knock off bad hombres in our own backyard. Reagan and Bush the elder launched.
Man, shout out to my man Jed. Appreciate the support. He says, Dem seem to forgot the Nobel Peace Prize winner is dealing with the same terrorist regime on the ground in Venezuela, but they pretended Maduro isn't the problem. Literally praised this lady for standing up to Maduro, but Trump out here trying to get Maduro out of power, and he's a dictator. Oh, he's committing war crimes. Man, putting pressure on the same guy we just gave a lady a Nobel Peace Prize for standing up against. This man's trying to get him out of power, and he's the bad guy. Okay, guys. Okay. We are officially in clown world.
Military operations in Grenada and Panama without congressional approval. Clinton put boots on the ground in Somalia without congressional approval. Bubba bombed an aspirin factory to destroy.
No, and we're going to get into about the history of Somalia, because to really understand like this whole history with the Somalians and why they feel this way about us and why we feel this way about them, I feel like we need to understand the entire U.S. Somali history all together, going all the way back to the Cold War.
Track from Lewinsky and killed a janitor. Is he guilty of a war crime or
We'll
a
do it at
sex
the end
crime?
of the show.
I'm not a lawyer, but I do know the Geneva Convention doesn't apply to terrorists. These aren't men in uniform fighting traditional warfare under their country's flag. This is an asymmetric, unconventional threat that requires different codes and conventions. And every day is a battle.
The last 24 hours, our host nation counterparts, our federal task force, have seized 20,000 kilos of cocaine that were destined for the United States. Destined to the United States to spread this poison that's being sent here by these foreign terrorist cartels that are preying on our kids.
The people of the United States back this type of action. A new poll from the Reagan Institute finds blowing up narco cowboys in Latin America is the most popular national security policy of Trump's second term. In second place, the Iran strike. Democrats have now come out against the two most popular foreign policy actions of Trump's second term. We have a carrier strike group off the coast in Venezuela, and Maduro's getting paranoid. Reports say he's rotating his sleeping locations and using burner phones. The swarmy little socialist is also reaching out to Cuba.
I mean, yeah, we didn't clear out the airspace over there. We told nobody to fly their butt over there, or it's a wrap. And I don't think anybody will sit there and ignore us on that. So, yeah, we pretty much opened up the airspace for, well, I'm not sure. It's either we're doing it to keep other people safe in the other planes and, aircraft that might fly over there, or we're doing this to open up the space to start bombing them or start bombing key military targets, hopefully. But like I said, I rather avoid this whole conflict with Venezuela. I rather scare Maduro off, or we just let Maduro give us everything that we ever wanted from his country. But it doesn't seem like the Trump administration accepting that. They're pretty much saying, look, no, you got to leave. You promised the Biden administration that you would hold a fair election if we gave back your criminal family members and right-hand man. We did. You held that election. You lost. You didn't accept the results, and you're still here. Like, this ain't the Biden administration, bro. We're standing on 10 with you. We're standing on business. We want you gone. And this is where this is all led up to.
Cuba for help.
Oh, and shout out to my man D. Warren for sending a floating heart for 10 jewels. Appreciate the support. And shout out to my man Gaiman for sending 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate that.
Using Havana's bodyguards. The Coke boat hoax is just a sideshow for Trump. He's dialed in on enforcing the Monroe Doctrine. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube.
But all right, now let's get over to the left side of media because they're pretty upset. Supreme Court allows Texas to use Trump-backed congressional map for midterms. So yes. Now the Republicans are officially getting those 5 seats that they, rightfully deserve. Okay, I'm just playing. Now, look, fair is fair. If the Dems can gerrymander based off race, well, so can the Republicans. And the Republicans, they're not using the race card. They're not using it. They're just saying that, look, if you guys can gerrymander just on the basis of race, then why we can't gerrymander on the basis of it as well? Because we feel like the Republicans being ignored. I'm like, all right. So the Supreme Court lets it stand. All right, let's hear what they got to say about it.
Breaking news in our Law and Justice lead, and a major update from the U.S. Supreme Court on that Texas redistricting case. You'll remember Republicans in the state, in an unusual mid-decade review, redrew the maps, the congressional maps earlier this year. Let's get right to CNN Chief Supreme Court Analyst Joan Biskupic. Joan, what is the latest news from the U.S. Supreme Court?
Very big news, Jake, both politically and legally. The Supreme Court, the conservative majority over the dissent of the 3 liberals, has said that Texas can use the map that it drew last summer to provide potentially 5 new districts that could flip Republican and enhance the Republican majority in the U.S. House. And what?
So, the Republicans are just over here like, got him. But anyway, shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, Bet you Hollywood having some trouble with finding their nose candy now. So through their wow, hold on. Caught me off guard with that one. But he said bet you Hollywood is having some trouble with finding their nose candy now. So through their bought out politicians are pushing against the strikes, which is crazy. He's saying, bro, the Hollywood's out there lobbying Congress, lobbying our senators, going like, look, bro, if you don't find a way to let these boats come over here, we're all going to go crazy. How do we make good movies without cocaine? You explain that. Explain that to the people. How do we make good movies without the cocaine? How do you think we get good music? And this is Hollywood pretty much complaining to their local senators, just pretty much going off on them, going about, we can't function without our cocaine. You will not get good music, good movies without the cocaine. Well, hey, man, sacrifices need to be made, right?
What they said is that a special U.S. District Court panel that had invalidated this map, saying it was drawn on unconstitutional racial lines, that Texas had actually divided people up by race.
Really?
This district court had said that, and Texas had come up here and appealed it, backed by the Trump administration. Today, the Supreme Court majority said no, that this map deserved more deference from the district court. The district court should have.
All right, so now we're going to be 38 districts, 8 strong Harris districts, 0 competitive Harris districts, 0 comparative Trump districts, and 30 strong Trump districts. So it's going to add what? So minus 3 seats, since there's only going to be 8 strong Harris districts. They're going to lose 3 seats, would mean Jasmine Crockett might be out of a job, and she might want to go for senator at this point. And then, of course, 0 competitive Harris districts was no change. 0 competitive Trump districts, which is minus 2 seats. And then, of course, they got 30 strong Trump districts, which adds 5 seats.
Taken into account a presumption of legislative good faith. That's been a standard that Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Samuel Alito have been really pushing over the years to sort of let states do what they want to do, even if there could be a cloud of racial division there. So you had the conservative majority essentially.
No game, and I'm with you. I'm like, Senator, anything but that.
Now locking in this new Texas map that you remember has triggered all this off-year redistricting throughout the country, and at the goading of President Trump to shore up his.
I'm weak. Shout out JD's like, where's the good movie/music they speak of nowadays? You know, good point. Good point. Maybe if it was in the 90s, we can make that argument. But today is like, I don't know, man. That nose candy might be failing y'all. Might want to lay off it a little bit. Switch to something else.
Majority. Let me tell you a little bit about what the liberal.
I mean, shoot, y'all can still smoke weed if y'all want. I mean, y'all don't gotta do the nose candy. Y'all don't gotta do all that.
Dissenters said had happened here. Justice
Not saying
Kagan,
that
writing
don't
on
come with some
behalf of
drawbacks,
herself
but
and Sonia Sotomayor and Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, pointed to the fact that a district court had held 9 days of hearing, combed through thousands of pages of testimony about what had gone on in Texas. And this district court had also put a lot of attention on a letter from the Office of Civil Rights in the Trump administration that had pushed the Texas legislature to draw along racial lines. And the district court had found that indeed that this had been an unconstitutional racial gerrymander, that it wasn't drawn just on political lines, which, Jake, is allowed under the Constitution. You can divide people up based on their politics, but you cannot divide people up based on their race. And that's what the district court said had done.
And it was just hilarious because that's like what you guys have made arguments for redistricting on is race, that there are ignored communities. So it's hilarious that you're making that statement right now. It's hilarious that they're saying this.
There, and let me just tell you what Justice Elena Kagan said in dissent about that. What basis does the majority have to thus substitute its understanding of the direct evidence for the district courts? The short answer is it has none. So this is the end of the line for this Texas map. It can be used going forward now for the midterm elections, Jake.
All right, John Biskupik, thanks so much. Let's bring in CNN's Jeff Zeleny and also CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig. Ellie, your reaction?
Well, Jake, this.
Yeah, so it's a dark day in Gotham. I mean, Washington. It's a dark day in Washington for the Dems after the Republicans loom over the city and maniacally laugh over the 5 new seats that they got. As the Dems just sit in lamination. It was like hilarious. But all right, guys, let's see what the left is talking about when it comes to this Rwanda and Democratic Republic of Congo peace deal. Let's see what they're talking about on that. Let's see if they're giving Trump his kudos or trying to poke holes.
Just minutes ago, one of the longest simmering conflicts on earth may have come to an end, at least on paper. The leaders of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo signed a peace deal in Washington. The two nations and their proxies have been fighting on and off for nearly 3 decades. Donald Trump held to forge a deal and says it will encourage Western companies to invest in the rich mineral and mining opportunities in the region. However, critics say the peace agreement doesn't really address the core disputes between the two countries and may not end the fighting. But Trump insists this deal will bring prosperity to both nations. This is what he said just a short time ago. Have a listen.
Today, the United States is also signing our own bilateral agreements with the Congo and Rwanda that will unlock new opportunities for the United States to access critical minerals and provide economic benefits for everybody. And we'll be involved. We're sending some of our biggest and greatest companies over to the two countries, and we're going to take out some of the rare earth.
Oh, guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen.
Take out some of the assets and pay, and everybody's going to make a lot of money.
Let's get some perspective on all of this. I want to bring in CNN's Larry Mado, who's in Zambia, just south of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Larry, great to see you. Look, we'll talk about the critical minerals deal aspect of it in just a moment. But we've just seen it's just wrapped up. They've signed, they've brokered this peace deal. Importantly, it hasn't been implemented. Do we know in detail what's in this deal, in fact?
This deal built on what they agreed in June, Issa, about a full and permanent ceasefire, releasing of prisoners, disarming the M23 rebel group, releasing refugees, and justice for those who carried out atrocities. President Trump said so himself. But what it does not do, and who it does not include, is the M23. That is a rebel group. That's
The M23 rebel group that I've been talking about is the main problem. And that's why they say the peace deal is limping, because the disarmament of this M23 military rebel group has yet to disarm. And it doesn't seem like, we kind of address any of their concerns. We've addressed, the Congo. We addressed the Democratic Republic of Congo, and we addressed Rwanda, but we never really took care of these guys. I'm gonna be real with you. These guys looking like they're about to be next up on the terrorist list. They're about to go from rebel to terrorist real quick. So we'll see what happens with these guys. Yes, but the M23 problem that's in Congo, I think is Western Congo, is still a problem.
Fighting the Congolese government in Eastern DRC that are allegedly backed by Rwanda. They're not a party to this. So why was President Kagame of Rwanda there? Because the conflict is between these two countries, and President Tshisekedi of the DRC accuses President Kagame of backing these rebels to try and destabilize his government.
Yeah, well, now Rwanda was backing these rebels at first. So they were backing the M23 rebels, but the rebels actually spun off and did their own thing. Like I said, it was a one-on-one, and then it spun off into a three-way war, because the rebel group that Rwanda was backing ended up splitting off and having their own political agenda outside of what Rwanda wanted to do. And it was like, it turned into a way more, way more catastrophic situation.
And you can tell how much President Kagame and President Tshisekedi don't trust each other based on what they said. President Kagame said that if this deal fails, it won't be Rwanda's fault. That these Washington Accords, as they're called, have all the elements necessary to end the war. And then President Tshisekedi, on his part, said that we hope Rwanda can agree to the terms of this deal once and for all. So there's no back and forth about supporting militia groups and essentially reneging what they've agreed on. The two men barely looked at each other. I was watching their body language, and they barely shook hands, barely looked at each other. That's how much mistrust there is between these two men.
That is very clear from what I saw as well. There's a lack.
And they're only coming together because they both want to have economic prosperity by dealing with the United States through the minerals deal. If it wasn't for that, these guys would not be sitting down. They cannot see any type of prosperity through this. They would not be sitting down right now, and they'd still be going at each other.
Trust here, which then begs the question, Larry. I mean, how far-fetched is this deal? I mean, how tangible, let me put it this way, is peace?
This Washington Accord, as they're called, will not end the conflict in Eastern DRC. Just this week, 2 days ago, both sides accused each other of sabotaging this deal because there was fighting continuing in three parts of the Eastern DRC. The Congolese military says they came under attack.
And as I explained earlier, there hasn't been a full ceasefire yet.
From the M23, and the M23 in a separate statement said that they'd been attacked by the Wazalendo, which is a militia group allegedly backed by the Congolese government. And so even while this deal is going on, there's no actual peace on the ground. And I was in Goma in September, and I spoke to the leader of the M23 rebel group, Kone Nangaa, and he said they're not a party to this. They wish President Trump all the best, but they don't trust President Tshisekedi, that he is a crook. He used that word, crook. And he's gone back on every deal he signed before. Their intention is to go to Kinshasa and to overthrow him.
There is another element to this, Larry,
Well,
and President
not really peace through strength, but peace through economic strength. I'll give him that one.
Trump, we played that little clip there, touched on that, and that is economic, right? The US is seeing this, using this as an opportunity to access critical minerals, of which, of course, the US relies heavily from China. Speak to that, the transactional nature here.
See, and that's what I told you, this is what they were going to kind of lean on. Instead of giving Trump his kudos and going like, you know what? The man did just pretty much stop a 30-year war, but they want to spin into it. Oh, well, he's only doing this for economic benefit. Who gives a shit? Who cares? If this man is able to wane us off of China while saving lives at the same time, I mean, who are we to complain about that? Like, why are we trying to spin this as, oh, it's only about the money? When let's be real. Yeah, you could say that, but it's also about saving lives as well, because both are happening. Well, both is this is what they're trying to achieve, because let's be real, taking advantage of their critical minerals is not going to be possible unless there is a full ceasefire, which is kind of getting a little bit hard to work out. And unless Rwanda and Congo want to team up to handle M23, then it's not looking like things are going to, stabilize anytime soon. Just, keeping it real. But all right, shout out to my man Hellbad. He says, hey, since Indems, okay, Hey, since in Dem's eyes, all white people are racist, we should just say darker versions of white. It's funny on how many people I see triggered about it. Wait, darker versions? Saying all white people are racist, we should just say darker versions of white. I'm crying. Like what, Italians or Albanians or something? Like darker versions of white. Bro, all white people are going to start getting tan and be like, I'm not white. I'm just a darker version of white. Like, so looking at them people crazy, but I ain't gonna lie, I feel it. I get it.
That is a criticism in the DRC and in parts of Africa, that the US is not a clean arbiter in this, that it's interested in the rare earths. And President Trump said that they have signed separate bilateral agreements with both Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo to access the critical minerals and the rare earths that exist in this region, this mineral-rich region, that, for instance, the world's largest reserves of cobalt are also coltan. These are critical in the manufacture of every.
Yep, the big one is cobalt. So roughly 70 to 8% of the world's mined cobalt comes from the Democratic Republic of Congo's copper belt. So yes, this cobalt, we need that. We would love that, and they got a very large sum of it. And this is one of the main reasons why we're working with them. And of course, they also got lithium. I mean, well, we kind of need it for our lithium batteries anyway. So let's see here. We need cobalt for our lithium batteries. We need it for our jet engines, gas turbines. Yep. And high performance magnets and defense electronics, high performance magnets like semiconductors. So we do need it. And of course, they got this thing called the copper belt. So of course, copper would be in there as well. You know, the wiring for everything, basically. And then let's see here. What else? They got a coltan and tin and tungsten. Yes, and we have tungsten here too. When we're trying to open our tungsten mines because it does actually help with these rare earth magnets. And we can start producing them ourselves now too. Now we're tapping into our tungsten, mining, our tungsten mines. But they got tungsten too, and we can get it from them as well. And that just makes everything better because we don't got to rely on China for it.
Everything from electric vehicles to mobile phones, and the world needs a lot of them. And President Trump has not hidden his intentions for that. So that is the subtext here, that people say the U.S. is only doing this because it's interested in those minerals, because there have been previous deals that have failed. And President Tshisekedi and Kagame both said that. There have been many previous attempts by the African Union, in Kenya, in Angola. These didn't work out. So why the U.S.? Why now? They praised President Trump, they praised Secretary Rubio, they praised Masad Boulos, who is his special advisor on Africa. But the critical minerals question cannot be ignored.
Yep, and it does seem like we will be working. Honestly, I could see Trump getting heavily involved in this so-called M23 problem. The rebels that are not making this ceasefire possible. I can see him getting fully involved because we do need this stuff. We do need all of the minerals like the cobalt and the copper. And then, of course, you got the coltan, tin, and the tungsten. And that just feeds our batteries, electronics, weapon systems, armored piercing rounds, all of that stuff. We need it.
Yeah, Masad Boulos saying this is a starting point. We shall see where this leads. Larry, good to see you. And from Zambia, love Zambia, beautiful country. Thanks very much, Larry.
And now we're going to sign a very important agreement. Thank you.
Today at the White House, President Trump signing a peace deal between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
I'm done. Yo, because I'm a darker white person. Hilarious. Everyone's referred as white now. Even you said, yep, I guess so, because I'm a darker white person. Bro, they are not trying to hear that shit, bro. They are not trying to hear that hell bad, bro. They're going to be looking at me crazy, just like.
That shit is hard. Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Bro, they even going to throw this in there.
Stop it. Get some help. Stop.
Hosted the leaders first in the Oval Office, then nearby at the U.S. Institute of Peace. The name of the building was conveniently renamed just 24 hours earlier as the Donald J. Trump U.S. Institute of Peace. The building was, or maybe kind of still is, an independent nonprofit. It's stuck in litigation after the Trump administration tried to take over the institute during the days of Doge. But back to today's signing ceremony. This agreement is supposed to end more than 30 years of conflict, dating all the way back to the 1994 Rwandan genocide. This year alone, the Democratic Republic of the Congo reports the conflict has killed more than 7,000 people. and displaced 1 million others. The violence also involves militias, specifically the group M23, one of the most prominent of them. Just this week, M23 and the Democratic Republic of the Congo blamed each other for attacks, although Trump seemed to today brush that aside.
I think you're going to see very quickly, I think you're going to see things happen. This is something that was not doable, according to a lot of people. And not only is it doable, I think it's going to be a great miracle.
At times, M23 would claim control of large swaths of land and control of mining in the region for one of the most critical minerals in the world, and that mineral is cobalt. It's a major component in lithium-ion batteries and almost every rechargeable electronic device that you own. The Democratic Republic of the Congo is said to produce 2/3 of the world's cobalt. Last month, leaders of M23 signed a framework for a peace deal with the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Among the prominent people at that ceremony, Masad Boulos. He is the father-in-law of Tiffany Trump, President Trump's younger daughter. Boulos is a billionaire. He serves as Trump's senior advisor on Arab and African affairs. President Trump gave him a special shout out earlier today at the signing ceremony.
And senior advisor for Africa.
No, CNN, look, I see what y'all trying to do, but you know, this is actually a good thing for us, right? You know, the more we tap into our own mining reserves, the more we tap into our other countries' mining reserves and weighing off China, the cheaper that actually makes our products. I mean, it's not going to make it so expensive if there's a, let's see, I'll be real, if there's a scarcity, if too much of a scarcity, because us tapping into our own reserves or our own mining, that's fantastic. But then also getting it in from other countries outside of China, oh, that's even better. That's even better. And that helps us out in the long run.
Masad Boulos.
But we see what you're trying to do. You're trying to paint this as like, oh, it's all just a big money grab for the Trump family. Well, let's be real. People's lives get spared and saved, and people start making money. And Americans get to wane off China for rare earth minerals. I mean, why are y'all hating on that? I have no idea why. But I guess you got to pick at something. But all right, guys, let's get over to the right side of media and let's see what they're saying.
President Trump hitting the road again next week, back on tour to sell his economic agenda and hammer the Democrats who gave America the worst inflation in decades. Chuck and Akeem leading the charge to pin their mess on Trump.
He is in such an effing bubble that he doesn't even know what average people go through. He's a billionaire. He doesn't worry about.
Are you sure, bro? Because we can say the same thing about you guys. You guys are in that same bubble Trump is. And now I'm going to say it right out. You guys are in the same bubble Trump is. You don't know what's really going on. You talk about affordability, but you guys have not tackled affordability in your own district, city, or states. But you want to talk about affordability. And then the affordability crisis popped off when? Under Biden. And y'all just sat there and clapped like seals the entire time. So we're really not trying to hear it from you guys. Because if you're saying that Trump's in that bubble, guess what? You're in there too. But let's get over to new Trump's hoax just dropped. And shout out to my man, Don't Walk, Run Production. I like this guy. I like him.
This is Harry Enton, the chief data analyst at CNN.
Oh,
recently,
before we get into it, shout out to my man, Hellbat. He says, I don't need help. You do. Free real estate and credit. I mean, you know, maybe if I do identify as a darker white, my credit score will probably reach that 800. Maybe, just maybe. Never know. But shout out to my man Jet. He says, if everyone stops seasoning their food, it'll work. Bro. All right, that one took me out for a little bit, but shout out. We just put away all seasonings and everybody will become a darker version of white people.
Harry appeared in the following.
Or maybe, hey. But if y'all want to join the crazy side, y'all could all be lighter versions of black people. Feel me? Hey, that could always be a way too.
Following segment about the economy.
Seen as Harry.
But all right, though, let's get right into it.
This is Harry Enton, the chief data analyst at CNN. Recently, Harry appeared in the following segment about the economy.
Seen as Harry Enton is running the numbers on the state of inflation and the state of how people feel about it. I mean, how do Americans feel about inflation, how it's impacting their lives? Right?
They think prices are rising, and it's across
that is crazy.
Different.
No, somebody did point this out in the chat, which is absolutely wild because I didn't even know that. Like, I knew that what was it? One of Trump's daughters married a Jewish guy, and he's one of the guys that are actually sitting down for this for the peace deal between Gaza or between the Palestinians and the Israelis. Like, this is one of the main guys orchestrating the peace deal. And then Tiffany, I didn't know she married an Arab. It kind of sounds like the Bush family all over again. You know, the connections to Saudi oil and all that crazy stuff.
Look at this. I mean, just your costs are up versus a year ago. Groceries, 85%. Utilities, 78%. Healthcare, 67%. Housing, 66%.
He's like, surely not happening. I like my good credit. I know, bro. If you was to identify as a, what was it, a lighter black person, yeah, you probably lose good 50 on that credit score. Maybe.
Gasoline, 54%.
Now, the way this was presented, whether it was on purpose or not, is that Americans think that their grocery prices are 85% higher, their utilities 78% higher, and so on. But for clarity, registered voters were asked questions like, compared to a year ago, have your cost for certain items increased, decreased, or stayed about the same? 60% said groceries have increased a lot. 25% say they have increased a little. But again, the way this was presented was confusing. Even misinformation artist Aaron Rupar got fooled and posted the video claiming that grocery prices were going up 85%. After being called out on it, he deleted the original tweet and clarified that the numbers Harry Enton was citing came from a poll about how Americans feel. Now, what stuck out to me about
that was the misleading part. It came from a poll about how Americans feel, not if prices were actually up by 85%. Like, no, Americans feel like prices are up, not, oh, prices are just up. Then that's the misleading part about CNN. It's kind of crazy. But I like Harry Enton, though. I like his little, the way he presents these statistics.
Fox News,
or well, the polls.
This poll was the high percentage of respondents who feel that gasoline prices are higher compared to a year ago. And that is very strange, considering that when compared to a year ago, the national average price for a gallon of regular gasoline is slightly lower. And looking at all 50 states, only these 4 have higher prices compared to last year.
I mean, of course, California, blue state, Nevada actually went red this year, but still, Arizona, they went red, but they're typically a blue state, and Vermont is a blue state as well. I mean, hey man, things are always more expensive in blue states. What can I say? Or on the west side, or just on the west side in general, except for Vermont. Vermont is actually over here.
In California, gas prices are higher in part because of a recent gas tax increase and required carbon reduction targets for fuel suppliers, which adds another 5 to 8 cents per.
Shout out to Jet. He says, you know what, Jet's going to make that sacrifice. Shout out to my man Jay. Says, sorry, but I'll take bad credit over unseasoned food. He's like, you know what, dog, just hand me the $500 credit score, bro. As long as I can add seasoning to my food, everything will be all right, man. Shout out Jet.
Gallon in compliance costs. Plus, in the last few years, California has closed several refineries, which has tightened supply. Gas prices have not dropped in Nevada and Arizona because they are tied to California's supply. So, hang on. If gas prices are lower in 46 out of 50 states, then why do a majority of Americans feel like they're higher? Well, maybe because questions about costs were shoehorned into a political poll. Questions like, do you approve or disapprove of the job Donald Trump is doing as president? Do you approve or disapprove of the way Donald Trump is handling the economy? Do you think Donald Trump cares about people like you or not? And of course, asking for one's opinion on Donald Trump is going to set the tone for one's answers on general questions about the economy. On a scale of excellent, good, only fair, and poor, how would you rate your personal financial situation? On a scale of excellent, good, only fair, and poor, how would you rate economic conditions today? So if you previously told the survey taker that you disapprove of President Trump's handling of the economy and that you have an unfavorable opinion of him, you're less likely to say, I rate the economy and my personal situation as good. And just look at the crosstabs.
I mean, yeah, they'll literally like cite polls that come from, well, left-wing media platforms. I mean, they'll literally give you a poll from ABC or a CNN poll, and we're going like, bro, well, let's be real. Mainly everybody who votes on your polls hate Trump. So even if things are going well, they'll say that things are going bad just because they hate Trump. And I wish people weren't that delusional, but that's really how it is.
65% of Kamala Harris voters say gas prices have increased, compared to 46% of Trump voters who say prices have decreased. Makes sense to me. What's your problem? And so Harry Enton, chief data analyst, didn't actually analyze the data. He just read the top line summary. Think about it. Why would so many people think that gas prices are higher than they were a year ago when it's not true? How much energy would it have taken to point that out? I mean, I was able to do it, and I'm not a multi-billion-dollar news organization. Next, Senator Amy Klobuchar posted this graph on X and wrote, under President Trump, electricity prices are surging, up 11%, leaving millions behind on their...
I mean, ma'am, you can't, this cannot be a real argument. Did you forget the part where, I don't know, this little part right here from, Biden's presidency and how it skyrocketed all the way up? And then this right here, this small little sliver right here, very small part of the graph is Trump, while this entire increase happened under the Biden administration. Like, do you think people are dumb enough just to cut it right here at the 2025 and just say, oh yeah, this small section, all this small section, makes this all of Trump's fault? You think people are that dumb? No. They see that from 2022 when Biden was in office, this whole increase happened all the way to this point right here. All happened under Biden. To sit here and blame this small part of this graph for Trump is insane.
Utility bills with past due balances at an all-time high. American families deserve better. Well, first of all, electricity prices are generally linked to local utility operations and state policies.
True.
For example, according to the Washington Post, in Texas, costs have risen 5.2%, while New Jersey's have risen by a whopping 26.8%. Again, how well a state is governed can make all the difference. Anyway, that graph that Senator Klobuchar posted.
Yeah, and when I tell you guys that it's, blue states are more expensive, they are. He just showed you. In Texas, prices only went up by, per kilowatt, energy price only went up by 5.2%. But New Jersey, one of the most expensive places, highly taxed places to live, is taxed at 26.8. This is what I say when the affordability crisis lies in blue states.
Risen by a whopping 26.8%. Again, how well a state is governed can make all the difference. Anyway, that graph that Senator Klobuchar posted came from a Washington Post article showing an analysis by the Century Foundation, a progressive left think tank, claiming that the average past due utility balance for the second quarter of 2025 was at $789, a $31 increase since the fourth quarter of 2024. But what the graph also shows is that from the first quarter of 2022 to the fourth quarter of 2024, the average past due balance increased from $597 to $758.
Bruh.
In other words, the graph shows that Americans' difficulty with paying utility bills grew exponentially under Joe Biden's term in office. But great job, Senator Klobuchar.
Literally, it's like, yes, this man committed 90% of this graph. Like, the reason prices are skyrocketing were mainly because of what was going on under Biden. So when they try to sit there and blame Trump for this small section right here is outrageous, because you're pretty much telling the American people just to turn a blind eye to all this increase that was happening under Biden.
Char, you're doing God's work. Then
Appreciate
Elizabeth
that.
Warren posted, Trump's tariffs are making your Thanksgiving more expensive, along with a graphic claiming that prices for the classic Thanksgiving staple known as elbow pasta is up by 13%. Now, the source of that graphic is progressive left think tanks, the Century Foundation, and the Groundwork Collaborative. And surprise, surprise, they're being dishonest. The source of the graphic is, again, the Century Foundation. I need to point out that they aren't talking about the price of elbow pasta in general. They listed the Cecco elbow pasta, which is made in Italy.
What?
Of course, there are other brands like Ronzoni or Barilla, which manufacture their elbow pasta right here in the United States.
So basically, they was cherry picking. They literally cherry picked a pasta that was going to be more expensive because it's made outside of the U.S. instead of picking a U.S. brand pasta that would be cheaper because it's made here. They cherry picked the hell out of that one.
And aren't affected by Trump's tariffs. And what about the claim that the price of fresh turkey is 36% higher because of tariffs? According to the Century Foundation, Trump's tariffs have driven up the cost of feed, and avian flu has further thinned an already shrinking flock, now at its lowest level in 4 decades, squeezing American farmers and consumers alike. Also contributing to the 40-year low in supply is the avian metapneumovirus, which causes turkeys to lay fewer eggs. But sure, it's the tariffs. And the Century Foundation's report contradicts itself. First, they claim that shoppers can't escape rising poultry prices, but then admit that frozen turkey prices are essentially the same as they were last year. Yeah, look, you could take the word of the sponsors of this report, 2 progressive think tanks, and the American Federation of Teachers for some reason. Or you could look at data from the American Farm Bureau Federation. According to their 40th annual Thanksgiving dinner survey, the cost of a typical Thanksgiving dinner is down 5% compared to 2024. With that said, 6 of the 12 items on the list are down this year, including the cost of a 16-pound turkey. So the good news is the prices have fallen.
I mean, yeah, everything they've been talking about, bro, even when it came to holiday shopping was up 187 million. It was up 2 million more than last year. So there's more people spending money. There's more people doing holiday shopping. Well, because compared to last year, prices are down almost across the board. But I would say in major sectors, of course, gas, and I mean, of electricity as well.
Compared to Thanksgivings under the Brandon administration. But the question is, do you remember the Century Foundation or other left-wing organizations spinning out reports about rising costs, or Elizabeth Warren tweeting about her concern about elbow pasta? Yeah, neither do I. Because remember, folks, Democrats only started to pretend about caring about affordability when they realized it might help them win in the midterms.
Yep.
Anyway,
they started wanting to tackle the problem that they were ignoring for 4 years straight when they figured out, oh, wait, we can blame this on Trump? So hold on. You're telling me that we can convince our base that the affordability problem is Trump's fault, even though we were the ones pretty much doing it for 4 years straight. You're telling me our base is that stupid? I know. I really think there are of like a round table of them sitting there amazed at how dense their base is, going like, bro, we literally sat there, skyrocketed prices, and you're telling me Trump's been off for 10 months and our base is ready to blame Trump? Oh, this is amazing. This is amazing, guys. I didn't even think our base was this dense. This is absolutely incredible. So we're literally able to sit there and blame Trump for 4 years of our fuck-ups. Oh, God bless America. They probably in there was high-fiving and everything. But all right, guys, let's get right back to the right side of media. All right, let's get right back to it.
President Trump hitting the road again next week, back on tour to sell his economic agenda and hammer the Democrats who gave America the worst inflation in decades. Chuck and Akeem leading the charge to pin their mess on Trump.
He is in such an effing bubble that he doesn't even know what average people go through. He's a billionaire. He doesn't worry about paying for groceries. I don't know if he's ever been in a grocery store.
Our country is far too expensive. Donald Trump and Republicans promised to lower costs on day one. Costs haven't gone down. Costs have gone up across the board.
That's wrong. Cross is not across the board. See, that's what I'm saying. It's the lies that they'll tell you. And let's be real. If you look at these blue states, your guys' costs went up across the board. If you look at red states, prices are actually going down. So I would like to sit there and point out, if you compare how much you're going to spend in a red state compared to a blue state, 9 times out of 10, you're going to spend less in a red state than in a blue state. And I mean, we even got websites willing to show us this. So shout out. I mean, look, Give me your favorite red state. Give me your favorite blue state. We'll compare the living. We'll compare the price of living in each one. Like, why not? Let's play this game.
Thank you, straight Obama. So President Trump is getting prices down by rolling back Biden-era fuel efficiency standards for vehicles. Here's DJT and the Ford CEO.
I think affordability is the greatest kind of. They look at you and they say, affordability. They don't say anything else. Everyone says, oh, their prices were so low. No, they had the worst inflation. We had the highest prices we ever had. And now they're all coming down.
Today is a victory of common sense and affordability. We believe that people should be able to make a choice, as you said, Mr. President. And we will invest more in affordable vehicles.
So Kennedy, this is pretty big news for the auto industry and for the purchaser of autos, because Trump is rescinding these CAFE standards, which would end up fining hundreds of millions, even over $1 billion to Ford and GM. That goes away due to their draconian emission standards.
Yes.
What say you? How important is this?
Well, it's important if you're an automaker and you want to make money, and if you want to make affordable cars that people can make and buy in the United States. I think that's priority number one for GM and Ford. But unfortunately, they have been beholden to these standards, these ultra-leftist standards that are telling car manufacturers, we have to have an arbitrary fuel economy number by the year 2031, 50 miles per gallon. It's a great pie in the sky dream. We're not there yet. We are not on track to do that. So they were forced to make electric vehicles that drivers didn't want to buy.
Right.
They're expensive. The tax credits weren't enough to offset the cost. And, it's word of mouth from other people wasn't enough to boost that part of the industry. And Ford stopped making a lot of those EVs knowing that they were going to get penalized with these Biden-era fees. But now what they can do is actually respond to the market, which is what they should be doing.
Right.
People are a lot smarter and a lot more sophisticated than they were 10 years
Yeah,
ago.
not just try to make it unaffordable to make a gas car that's pushing these guys into an EV market that they just really wouldn't be able to compete with guys like China, who've been making EVs for years and who's found a way to make it for cheap. So yeah, they were kind of screwing our auto industry, and then they was really about to sell it out to China if Biden would have got his EV mandate through the little CAF mandate. And you got to remember, this was about putting a mandate on these cars or on these sedans and SUVs to pretty much make sure that their mile per gallon was at 50 miles per gallon. And if they didn't achieve that, then yeah, they were going to start getting fines and penalties. What Trump did was he took that 50 down to 34 miles per gallon, or 34 to 34.5 miles per gallon, would give these guys a lot of leeway. And of course, this mandate was supposed to be set in for 2031. So instead of having till 2031 to achieve 50 miles per gallon, now they got 2031 to achieve 34.5 miles per gallon, which is, I think they're doing that right now.
And people know, based
they are
on other
doing it
people
right now,
who bought electric vehicles and people who bought cars recently, hybrids right now are the way to go, where you can still put fuel. You can go to a gas station and still put fuel in your car. It's under $3 a gallon for the first time since March of 2021. And you can go home and charge it. So that's how you get better fuel economy, and that will put us on a more rational road to eventually having lower emissions or give everyone a nuclear reactor for their own.
Oh, that would go great with
Hilarious.
my EV Bentley. So
Everybody gets a mini nuclear reactor to charge their EV car.
Oh, Dana, let's talk about these Dell accounts. They're incredible.
Luxury.
It seems like something like Trump. Why didn't anybody
Except
think
for the bone
about this
cancer
before?
part.
Talk to the billionaires, make a deal with them, and all of a sudden you got 25 million accounts for kids, cash for kids that they invest.
Well,
explain it to me.
Okay, I'm not saying I know all the details, but basically the idea is for any kid that is born between January 1st of 2025 and then it goes through 2028, they will automatically get $1,000 in an account.
Yeah.
Okay, and then that money stays there, and parents can add to it, sort of like the education accounts.
Right.
A 529 account, you can add to it tax free. Employers. Your employer, like the Fox News, could say, okay, yeah, we'll add to it, so that you start to get a little bit of a nest egg for a kid that I don't think they can touch it till they're 18. They might use it for education. They might not. They might continue to invest. We know over time, the best way to compound wealth is to invest. So if you're starting early and rather than starting at the age 26, it's going to make a huge difference. The interesting thing on this one is you do have at least the first billionaires, Michael and Susan Dell, saying, okay, here's $6.5 billion to get us started. And remember when Warren Buffett started the Giving Pledge? And this was to ask all the billionaires and pressure all of them to say, you're going to give away all your wealth before you die. And so that's what Bill Gates and all of them are, well, maybe not all, but many of these billionaires signed up for the Giving Pledge. I think that this is very interesting because maybe this could be part of the Giving Pledge where you can fulfill it, but you know that your legacy is moving forward rather than you are giving it to, the blah, blah.
The blah, blah? What's that? You mean Cars for Kids? No, it's interesting because people just don't really look into charities. And this is so simple. My question is, and Jesse, you were probably wondering the same thing. Is that just the kids' money? I mean, can we take it if we want it?
I thought they were getting their own set of wheels.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that's what it didn't matter if the kid was 7 or 17, he was going to get a hot rod.
Yeah.
I don't know. A lot of things are scams. I give my money to different types of charities.
Really? Like what?
The Jesse Waters
Foundation.
I'm crying.
Those are for
No, I actually am so generous. For some reason, that's not what generous people say, but I know. But for some reason, over the years, I've gotten such a bad rap, mostly because of you.
No,
about how I don't tip.
You said you don't tip.
That's not true. I'm such a generous tipper. I am. That's like one of my best qualities.
I mean, like, bro, you don't tip. Come on, bro. You white. I mean, that's one of the main things white people be known for. People get happy when white people come to the restaurants or to deliver pizza to a white person because they know your guys are gonna tip. Now, when they see guys like me, they get a bit worrisome, and I get that because I tip like very graciously. Trust me, I'm a very generous tipper, but I see why, because 9 times out of 10, when you walk up to a black guy, they're not tipping. Actually, they have the snobbish attitude of that you don't deserve a tip. Not me.
You once door dashed for like a $5 coffee. Do you remember that?
Hilarious.
No. No. What's the question?
I don't remember.
I don't care.
Talk about
What do you want me to talk about?
Gas prices are insane, but the media won't talk about it because the media doesn't drive.
That's a good point. They Uber, or they're driven.
Yes.
But gas prices are down, rents down, and mortgage rates are coming down. If I were Trump, I wouldn't say everything's great all at once because it's not. It's getting great, and there are certain things that are amazing, but there are such thorny problems because Biden drove up prices so high that it's difficult to get out of this. So if I were the president, I would just say, listen, hold my hand. I will take you to the golden age. This is what I've done. This is what I'm doing. This is what's going to happen. I would not say affordability hoax. Yes, it's a hoax that the Democrats are politicking on the issue of affordability because they're the ones that made it unaffordable. But you can't say the issue is a hoax because there's things that are unaffordable and they're just going to run ads that say affordability hoax and you're going to get killed. I would just hammer these things.
Got a point.
Energy, stock market, jobs. This AI situation, the data centers, if you're a blue collar guy, you're making 6 figures doing business with these data centers. They can't even find enough blue collar workers to do the job. The amount of foreign investment that's pouring in, the mineral deals, it's an incredible amount of investment that's taking place. Is that going to be enough to change people's attitudes before the midterms? Maybe not. But if you have some sort of solution for healthcare, I don't know what it is, cut out the middleman of Obamacare. If you have a solution for the insurance rates, which are out of control, or the cost of tuition, which is out of control, you talk about it. And you talk about it over and over and over and over again. Schumer talking about high prices is insane. He made the prices high. But you know what? It's Trump's economy now. That's politics. He owns it now. And for better or for worse, it's going to be the Trump.
And of course, the Dems are employing this brilliant strategy that apparently their base is falling victim to. And I don't know how, but because, like, I would ask the Dems, let's say 4 years pass under Trump and we've seen record high pricing and all this stuff, like it's across the board like we did under Biden. We just got a complete repeat of Biden and the Dems get elected, right? And then 10 months into it, let's say, 10 months into it, things haven't gotten all that much better. And we're sitting there blaming the Democrats for the 4 years of unaffordability that the Republicans put on us. Would y'all have accepted that? Of course you wouldn't. You just sat there dead in our face and reminded us of the 4 years under Trump, which we had a bad or we had rapid increasing. Now, this is all a scenario if you're just tuning in. Now, let's go back to what the reality of it is. The reality of it, that under 4 years, prices rose across the board 20%. The Consumer Price Index reported a 20% increase under Biden. 4 years straight. Well, not 4 years straight, but for over those 4 years. You can't sit here and come to us 10 months in and talk about affordability crisis when you were ignoring it for 4 years straight of price increasing. That's why you guys look stupid when you complain about affordability, because we look at you for those 4 years and I'm going like, did you not see how prices increased from 2022 to 2024 completely? And then you want to sit here for 10, then you want to cry about 10 months? Sorry, we're not hearing you guys when it comes to that. And I do understand that there is some people that are dumb enough to believe the argument, but all we got to do is disillude them of that.
Economy. So that's what I would do. I would hit those and I would hit them hard.
Wow. All right. You know, Harold, speaking of Chuck, he said that Trump lives in an effing bubble. My theory is either you swear or you don't, right? What does effing stand for?
Not sure. It's good to be back. I hadn't seen you guys in a while. I'm happy to be back around.
We missed you, Harold.
I'd answer. You asked a question about why didn't anyone come up with this, with the risk of sounding completely self-serving. 25 years ago, I did in Congress. We introduced the baby account bill. We were inspired by something that happened in Australia. President Bush was in office, and there was an effort to try to be helpful to us. Larry Kudlow, who is in this building, also was a big proponent of what we're trying to do.
I'm sorry, but I really just could not imagine being. I'm gonna be rude. I just could imagine I'm trying not to be insultive towards the Democratic base because I know I've been learning to get along with these guys. You know, they're our fellow Americans, and I try not to insult them. But God damn it, bro! Like, let's just blame it on TDS. Bro, the TDS is too strong when you sit there and you blame Trump for 10 months of office for 4 years of mishandling on the affordability. The Dems mishandled affordability for 4 years straight, and you're blaming Trump. Like, that's just insane. Well, all right, let's go ahead and get over to the next video, and then we're going to make our way over to the left side of media.
Brand new information blowing a huge hole in the Washington Post reporting of a double tap strike on a suspected narco boat in the Caribbean. Navy Admiral Frank Mitch Bradley telling lawmakers that there was no kill them all order from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth in the September 2nd attack that killed 2 suspected drug boat traffickers. And ABC News now reporting those survivors were actually trying to salvage the drugs. And Senator Tom Cotton, who saw the video with his own eyes, backs up that account.
Really? Okay.
I saw 2 survivors trying to flip a boat loaded with drugs down for the United States, back over so they could stay in the fight. And potentially, given all the context we heard, of other narco-terrorist boats in the area coming to their aid to recover their cargo and recover those narco-terrorists.
And Democratic Congressman Jim Himes, who was in the room for Admiral Bradley's testimony, even he admits that the second strike was indeed on drug traffickers.
Gotcha.
What I saw in that room was one of the most troubling things I've seen in my time in public service. The United States military attacking shipwrecked sailors. Bad guys, but attacking shipwrecked sailors. Yes, they were carrying drugs. They were not in the position to continue their mission. The last thing I'm going to say is that the Admiral confirmed.
All right, and a shout out to my man, Dead Man Lives. He says, "Set, do the difference between California versus Ohio prices." Oh man, Dead Man, that is probably the most gruesome one. I almost wish you picked I would say this, a more affordable blue state. Because when you go right to it and when you go to affordability, and this comes from mylifeelsewhere.com. I mean, you can go ahead and fact check these guys and all that. It's a really good website when it comes to comparing city to city, state to state, even country to country. You can even compare the affordability between the US and, I don't know, a country out there in Africa like Ethiopia. So, yeah. Now, look right here. California is 34% more expensive than Ohio. 34%. So you'll be paying 26%, well, not 26, but 24% more in California for restaurants. 27.9, basically 28% more in groceries in California. So if I'm shopping for groceries, right, and you're telling me if I'm paying $1 for a random item there, they're going to be paying like $1.30. Maybe $1.70, like something around there. You're telling me they're always going to be paying 30% more than me when I go to the grocery store. Transportation, They pay 11% more in transportation. That could be bus fees, train fees, gas, all that. They will be paying 11% more. Housing, I mean, of course, housing is up 67.5%. You will pay 67.5 more percent if you were to come from my state of Ohio to California. You literally be screwing yourself as an Ohioan. Literally be screwing yourself. You're going to pay more across the board. So hopefully your income went up at least 80% to live in California, because you'll be paying 34% more. So you don't want to go over there and put yourself in a deficit now. But all right. And then guys, you want to compare more states, please let me know. I'm looking out for only, either the members or your average viewers, like, your casual ones. Appreciate the support.
Be more thrilled that Democrats, Republicans alike, and President Trump is doing this. I hope they do it even more. What I think it does is it gives kids who feel left out, who feel left behind, who feel divorced from the American dream. More Americans today feel that the American dream is out of reach for their kids, and even their kids feel that way. We got to keep people not only involved, but invested in believing they can be owners. And this is one way to do it. Two, I agree with you about 100% on what you just said. I think that Democrats are right to talk about affordability, and I'm concerned that President Trump doesn't understand how serious this.
Nah, Cap, that's actually reasonable. Like, salvage boats in the middle of the ocean. Like I said, these guys could have been desperate. They could have been desperate. They could have been like, God damn, they blew the boat a little. If we don't get over here, they execute my family. Remember, they were saying that either these guys are cartel members, these guys are civilians who are being coerced into this, who are being blackmailed or forced through, the threat of their family. You never know. You never know, guys. You never know.
Issue is. Now, maybe he's playing politics with it at the moment. This reminds me of
don't
when
know
we
yet.
around this table often and correctly talked last year and a half ago about the importance, the power of the issue of the border. When Democrats, including Joe Biden, were saying, we have it under control. When the Secretary of Homeland Security said, there's no problem here, we often around this table were critical of them. I've said for a long time, politicians who ignore voters, who believe they know what's best for voters, or believe that the numbers show that voters are living a better life than they are, those politicians end up at home. The last election just a few weeks ago showed us that people are concerned about this issue. And even the Tennessee congressional race, although the Democrat didn't win, that race probably should not have been as close as it was. And I think it was because of affordability. The only message I have for President Trump is what Jesse just said. You got to get out and give answers, because if you believe you can say just wait and wait and wait, people will wait, but your party will lose. I think the winners in this whole thing, Greg, are the voters, the American public, because if Republicans start focusing on affordability and Democrats, you got to hope that they're able to create a set of outcomes that improve the lives of every American.
Well, since you brought up immigration, I think there's
The scary part is I don't think Democrats want to fix affordability because they found out they can blame it on Trump. And this is the scary part about being able to blame things on Trump, is that the Democrats won't fix what they can blame on Trump. And that's effed up. I mean, if they can blame crime on Trump like they do, they won't fix crime. If they can blame affordability on Trump, what they do, they won't fix affordability. Why? Because that's something to run on, and that's something they can blame Trump. So that's the scary thing about the Democrat Party, is that they won't fix what they can blame Trump on. And that's sad. Because think about it, they complain about affordability, and has affordability gotten any better? No, but they're still bitching about it. And the thing is, their states and their cities are the worst when it comes to it. But hey, as long as they can blame it on Trump, they don't got to fix it. And this is what the Democrat base needs to start doing. You need to start actually holding these guys accountable for that.
Information blowing a huge hole in the Washington Post reporting of a double tap strike on a suspected narco boat in the Caribbean. Navy Admiral Frank Mitch Bradley telling lawmakers that there was no kill them all order from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth in the September 2nd attack that killed 2 suspected drug boat traffickers. And ABC News now reporting those survivors were actually trying to salvage the drugs. And Senator Tom Cotton, who saw the video with his own eyes, backs up that account.
I saw 2 survivors trying to flip a boat loaded with drugs down for the United States, back over so they could stay in the fight.
This guy to us.
And potentially, given all the context we heard, of other narco-terrorist boats in the area coming to their aid to recover their cargo and recover those narco-terrorists.
And Democratic Congressman Jim Himes, who was in the room for Admiral Bradley's testimony, even he admits that the second strike was indeed on drug traffickers.
What I saw in that room was one of the most troubling things I've seen in my time in public service. The United States military attacking shipwrecked sailors. Bad guys, but attacking shipwrecked sailors. Now, yes, they were carrying drugs. They were
Shipwreck sailors is hilarious, bro. I'm sorry, but that is too funny. They went from narco terrorists to when you blow their boat up, now they are shipwreck sailors, as if I don't know, they're the guys in the Titanic or something. Like, this is hilarious, honestly. It's like, you seriously try to call them shipwreck sailors after we blow up their boats, but while their boat's still intact, they're narco terrorists or they're drug smugglers. But when we blow the boat up, now they're shipwreck sailors, and now it just sounds so fucked up to blow them up now because they're just shipwreck sailors, guys.
We're not in the position to continue their mission. The last thing I'm going to say is that the Admiral confirmed that there had not been a kill them all order and that there was not an order to grant no quarter.
So does it exonerate S.E.T? Does it exonerate?
Okay.
Greg, knowing all of this now, it gives me an understanding of.
I ain't gonna lie, it does seem like that guy was just playing for his side. So as much as I want to sit there and say, oh, Peg 7 is all good, look, man, when a Democrat comes out and say, hey, look, this looks like we're overreacting, sure, I'll give it to him. Sorry, but we do kind of gotta bet it on that.
When Bradley was walking into the Capitol this morning, he looked very confident.
This guy, douchebag. Yeah, shipwreck sailors.
Literally.
They're narco terrorists, you bonehead. That guy had to roll back everything he said. And while he was rolling it back, he still kept digging a grave. What an idiot. I love watching people who were suddenly experts at war crimes because they have like Grok or AI. You got to remember, what were these people experts at before, right? Climate. They were experts at that, lecturing us on climate, gender, race, presidential competence. They built by corrupting the media industry, they built this house where they have no credibility for the future, especially this story. It's like, it was so on the nose. Like 6 Democrats release a video suggesting that there could be possibly an illegal military action coming soon. And then just like magic, you get this story, just appears. This is too engineered to be real. It's like a boss coming up to you and saying, I wouldn't buy a new car if I were you because he knows you're not getting a raise. This is it's almost unbelievable how stupid they think we are. And yet they keep pulling these hoaxes over and over again.
It does show, Kennedy, that if you have a big blockbuster story with one anonymous source, like maybe take a beat before you comment on it.
Well, the problem is, and this is what often happens, is they can easily be proven wrong. And, what they didn't realize was everyone who had seen the footage corroborated what the Admiral is testifying before Congress. That, yes, there were survivors and they were obviously, their lives depend on whether or not they get the drugs from point A to point B. But I think we're getting distracted by this. I think this is one of these stories where we're getting so distracted in the hair splitting that we're losing sight of the bigger picture. And the bigger picture should be, is this really the best way to combat narco-terrorism? And, I will continue to argue that the best way to do that is to reduce demand in this country. And we don't talk about
reduce demand, bro. They killed me with this one. Reduce demand in the country. Now, look, that still doesn't handle the supply. And there's always going to be a demand if there's a supply. If you take out the supply, that kills all demand. Trying to kill demand is almost impossible because there are new drug addicts every day. There's new people having, babies off drugs. Like, kind of tackling demand is almost pointless. Tackling the supply, that kills all demand. If there is no supply, there is no demand. If there's a demand, there's still a supply. So sadly, when you take out the supply, the demand can't exist. But if you take out the demand, well, I'm gonna be real with you, it's really hard to take out demand. And we haven't been working on that forever. All the drug programs we got and all that, we don't put enough money into. We don't really care about these drug addicts. We're just trying to make a buck off them. So please tell us how handling this is going to help. Please tell us how handling the demand is going to help, because I'm sorry, because every time when you take out the supply, the demand usually follows.
About that enough. We don't talk about it with our kids. We don't admit that people have a massive appetite for drugs in this country. And even if we're blowing the living crap out of boats in the Caribbean, they will find another way. It is incredibly lucrative. These are multi-billion-dollar agencies. These are not just cartel families that we saw in Narcos.
And here's the thing. You kill the supply, even if some gets through, now it's outrageously expensive due to the scarcity of it. So even then, when you tackle the supply, you kind of kill the demand.
Mexico, which is one of my favorite series on Netflix ever. These are massive enterprises that are incredibly creative.
And shout out to Steph. She says, good night, Set and everyone. Tap the screen. Yes, guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video. Let's get more people in on here. And you can super chat in question, comment, jokes, or disagreements to be read out loud, just like my sis Seth down here. Well, or up there if you're watching vertical. And also, if you want to go ahead and double your donation, you can send it through Venmo. Every dollar counts as $2 counts as 4, and so on and so on. Shout out to Venmo.
And adept at finding new ways to deliver to American noses exactly what they want. And that's what we have to deal with in this country, because going, drugs are bad, okay? It has not been enough of a deterrent.
But that's the I have to disagree. That is what makes this so different. It's not just saying drugs are bad. It's like, no, we realize the war on drugs was a failure. This is an actual literal, we're taking it to them. And especially since we're not talking about drugs anymore. We're talking about really one little fentanyl, like a kid going.
I mean, let's be real. We do go after drug users more than drug dealers. The main people who are a victim are the drugs users through the legal system and all that. But you know who scapegoats the legal system and all that good stuff? The drug dealers, or really mainly the cartel. I mean, your low-level drug dealers, they still get caught up. But let's be quite honest. The real victims are the users. And the thing is that they're the victims of their own habit. They become the victims of the legal system. They never find a real way out. And then they become in these drug programs where they're honestly just used for money.
And getting Coke or Xanax.
It's all fucked up.
That is not what that's not what we're talking. That's not recreational
Excuse my
partying
language,
drugs.
but it really is.
Drugs. This is basically homicide. You're killing hundreds of. Guy goes out, buys a Xanax off a friend, and he dies. That's not recreational drugs. That's murder. So I think it's a different thing than the way you portray it. And how dare you?
But I agree with you there. And that's what's so scary is kids have an appetite for doing things that are dangerous, that cross the line, that make their parents really upset. And it's like, I have a child in college and it scares the crap out of me because this stuff is so incredibly pervasive, and it doesn't matter the lectures or how you raise them. It is a moment of curiosity. You're absolutely right. That takes someone's life. And I cannot tell you how many people I know who've either lost a family member to a fentanyl overdose. You know, a good friend of mine lost her stepson because he did cocaine for the first time that was laced with fentanyl. And those are the people who are dying.
Yes.
But it's still.
And it's sad because back in my day, we didn't have to worry about that. Look, usually when you I'm be real with you, back in my day, if you were trying cocaine, which I never tried, but I did try ecstasy and all that cool stuff, and Molly, I mean, that was always fun, but that was for partying. If those guys who did coke, those guys went always too far. They never went to a good place. And I noticed that. That's why I never did coke myself, because I'm just like, bro, every guy I've seen did coke completely crashed out. Like, okay. So but that's one thing I never had to worry about though. If they were doing coke, it was just coke. It wasn't fentanyl. There wasn't guys dying when I was going to college. There wasn't even guys dying when I was doing coke in high school, which is absolutely insane. But yes, there are people who did coke in my high school. But that's mainly was it. The problem was people doing coke. Not, now they're doing coke laced with fentanyl. So now it's gonna be it could be their first time and they die. That was unheard of me when I was in college and in high school.
And a curiosity and a form of rebellion that we have not gotten our heads around.
If I could, just before I go to Harold and Jesse, I'm just going to play this because in 1989, somebody that we used to see on TV periodically when he was at the White House, he said this in 1989, Joe Biden.
Let's go after the drug lords where they live with an international strike force. There must be no safe haven for these narco-terrorists, and they must know it.
Isn't that the same policy?
Sort of. I agree with Kennedy. I hate to disagree with my pal at the end of the table, but I agree with you. You said it well, the appetite and curiosity. It has to be both. I don't have an issue at the same time of going after these narco-terrorists in these boats, but it would seem to me, DP, what might be better and to reconcile, I think, even what then Senator Biden was saying, maybe intercept these guys, find out who the big guys are behind them. They're not the ones, these guys in these little boats, I want to stop them, but they're not the guys that are behind these massive criminal enterprises that are flooding our country with these drugs. And we are kidding ourselves if we don't address what Kennedy so eloquently laid out. My kids are only 11 and 10, but you just don't know what they're going to touch or what's going to happen. You got to drill in them that appetite and that curiosity. We got to figure out how we stop that.
But you can do both.
You can do both.
You
right.
can do both.
I know, but but I don't think this is necessarily the best way to do it.
So you can't do both.
No. The best way, no. When I say I don't think blowing up these boats, sure, some of them, but figure out who's behind all of this.
I think you could do that, and you could do what you're talking about. You can do three things.
You can do 4 or 5. I agree with you. I agree with you. Now, I will say this. I remember after Operation.
Yeah, because he's right. You can stop their boats, which is stopping their money, because you're effing up their money, which is going to F up how much operations they can do and how much things they can enforce within a lot of these countries. So let's stop the money line, which is the boats, which is their drug sales and human smuggling. And then let's also attack them at the same time. It's like we're attacking their money while also attacking personnel. Sadly, we have yet to attack personnel because that will require land strikes.
Night Hammer. There was a lot of media.
Well, top narco personnel.
Frenzy and speculation from the left and the right, and about what happened, how successful the mission was. And Secretary Hegseth and Lieutenant General Kane, who I think at the time they called him Raising Kane, might have been the Joint Chiefs already. They stood before the press corps and took a variety of questions. As I listened to Secretary Hegseth and President Trump and Ms. Leavitt and Admiral Bradley, they don't all seem to be on the same page over the last few days. DP would have a much better and smarter perspective on this than I do. But as I just listened to them, I think it would behoove the Secretary and this Admiral Bradley to stand before and answer some of these questions, the questions they can answer, so we can get some of the nonsense behind
You don't
this.
think they did that today?
They didn't do it publicly. They did it before the Senate.
Maybe they. I mean, but
But all I'm saying is Lieutenant General Kane and Secretary, they Hegseth and Kane went before the country and answered questions about Operation Midnight Hammer. Why can't they go before the country and the press and answer some of these questions?
Over. I mean,
it's a one-shot deal. This is an ongoing operation.
The Iranian thing's an ongoing operation.
Not anymore.
I differ with you guys.
We blew it to smithereens. I agree with you. I disagree with you.
Why do you disagree with me?
Well, because you can deal with it on the demand side. You got to stop doing the cocaine, but you also have to take it to the supply side. But Harold, we've been interdicting these ships for 4 decades as it hasn't worked.
I know.
We've been having Coast Guard cutters go off into the Caribbean and Pacific and capture these boats. And do these guys ever sing to who's the boss? No, they don't do anything. And then we send them back or we lock them up and they escape.
Don't you remember Miami Vice?
We have to do something different. The argument the Democrats are making is we have to do the same thing we've been doing since 1980, which is treat this as a police action. And it hasn't worked. So now we're taking the fight to the enemy, and we can already tell it's working because Maduro's scared. He might leave to the Middle East. Mexico's shaking in their boots. They know that they could be next. And the Colombian guy's like on his last leg. So I like the policy, and it's not a controversial policy. You know Mark Thiessen, Dana? He did an interview today with the acting director of the Defense Intelligence Agency under Barack Hussein Obama. For 5 years, this guy was calling all the shots. This is what he said. At the heart of it, we use double taps all the time. I mean, some of them probably were injured, yet you hit him again. And it was something that had
Well, they do it all the time, and it is wild to hear that. But if that's standard operation, it is what it is, guys. And the thing is, I mean, hey, if the goal is to take out the boat plus personnel, well, I guess a double tide is warranted. As much as you want to call them shipwreck sailors. I mean, they still are narco terrorists or narco terrorist collaborators.
Partisan support on Capitol Hill.
It looks bad, but it is what it is. But all right, guys, let's go to the pipe bomber. I mean, hey, man, this is their pipe bomber. Yes, the pipe bomber that they've been looking for years. This is our guy.
Of the Fox News Alert, we just got new pictures of the January 6th pipe bomb suspect, Brian Cole Jr., who was arrested after nearly 5 years. He's a 30-year-old black man, and unless you're watching CNN.
Oh, crap, man. This guy my age.
Brian Cole Jr., a 30-year-old white man from the D.C. suburbs, is charged with transporting an...
Wait, what'd he say? What'd he say?
30-year-old black man, and unless you're watching CNN.
Brian Cole Jr., a 30-year-old white man from the D.C. suburbs.
Brian Cole Jr., a 30-year-old white man? Hey, nah, y'all ain't never tried to do white people like, come on, bro. Come on. Y'all were expecting this guy to be white. Y'all wanted this man to be white so bad. So bad. but he turned out to be a black guy. I know, right? A black guy. And you reported to the world that it was a white man. When you pulled up to this guy's house, a really nice house, by the way, the man lived in a really good neighborhood. You pulled up to this guy's house, figured out he's a black guy, but you reported that he's a white guy when the guy literally looks like this. Looks like that. Does that look like a white man to you in the slightest? Bro ain't even light skinned.
CNN.
Brian Cole Jr., a 30-year-old white man from the D.C. suburbs, is charged with transporting an explosive device.
Why do they keep doing that? Anyway, senior national correspondent Kevin Cork is here with more details. Kevin.
Who's also not white. Evening, Jesse. This is obviously a very serious story. 30-year-old Brian Cole Jr. charged with transportation of an explosive device via interstate and also charged with attempted malicious destruction by means of an explosive device. That according to an arrest warrant in this particular case. Now, he was arrested at his home in Woodbridge, Virginia. That's about 35 miles from D.C. He also lives in that home with his mom and other family members. Now, according to an affidavit, Cole Jr.
All right, so he was living with mama. I thought bro was balling for a second, because I ain't gonna lie, he nice little balling area. Like all these houses, big houses, nice cars. The man lives at the end of the cul-de-sac, bro. This looks like my aunt's. Hold on, wait, where's this at? Okay, Virginia. Okay, I'd say it kind of looks like my aunt's neighborhood.
Purchased components that could have been used to make pipe bombs, including electrical wires, steel wool, battery connectors, even parts to close the end of a pipe.
And he was at his mom's crib, so apparently he came from an affluent background. Staying at mom's house, and I don't know what he was doing 2-3 years ago, but work-wise or education-wise, but Lord knows what we do know what he was doing. He was out there making pipe bombs and bringing it out to the January 6th protests to try to take out, what was it? I think it was key Democrat officials or just political officials altogether. Somebody correct me on that one.
Now, there are court papers out tonight. They also say that a cell phone tied to Cole pinged near cell towers near both the RNC and the DNC the night the bombs were placed.
We looked at 3 million lines of evidence. We went back and looked at the cell phone tower data dumps. We went back and looked at the providers and what information they provided pursuant to search warrants at the time, and asked questions such as, why weren't all the phone numbers scrubbed and why weren't they?
Now, you know what, the Dems, I hope nobody runs with this narrative that it was actually a white guy. Bro, if I hear any Dems say this is a white guy, bro, I'm gonna show this man's picture and be like, that man look white to you, because that's who did it. That is exactly who did it. So it's funny how they expected this guy to be white because they put it to a nice neighborhood, and they were like, which is kind of racist. It's a little racist how they assume that he was white. You know, you pull it to a nice neighborhood, nice cars on there. You know, you expect a white man, or you're racist. What? Black people can't live in big houses and have nice cars too? CNN, Jake Tapper. What's up with the racism, dog? Like, we can't live in nice places.
Connect
and make bombs too. Like, we're not smart. Well, we're not smart enough to make bombs as well. What you trying to say? Okay, I'll stop.
And why wasn't there any geolocational data done? Now, that is either sheer incompetence or complete intentional negligence, and neither of which is acceptable for this FBI.
Interestingly, Jesse, the FBI found even more bomb parts when they searched the home today, saying, quote, he was very into this. And you might find this interesting, too. Overall, agents interviewed, or rather visited, more than 1,200 homes and businesses. They conducted more than 1,000 interviews, looked at literally almost 40,000 video files, and took in more than 600 tips. But it was a new look at old information in the original case file that helped to break this open. It still begs the question, why didn't they get this done before now? Back to you.
Wow. They either didn't want to or they were incompetent.
Yeah.
Both troubling answers. Kevin, great to see you. Thank you.
All righty, and shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, something I just realized is that when a white person does something like this, they do it in the open, while a black person normally does it either in the dark or tries to fade into the background. I know, because for some reason, white crime just sticks out way more for some reason. Like, hey, man, when a white person does it, the news camera shows up. When a black person does it, man, destitute. Like, man, you see the little tumbleweed just roll across the crime scene.
You too.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page.
All right, now let's get into one of our, well, now I'm gonna be real, you're probably one of the most hated politicians right now. on the right. Like, man, I mean, look, the right loves to hate this lady and will forever hate this lady, Ilhan Omar. I mean, she said some wild stuff. I mean, she literally said that she won't debate nobody on the right because of the stupidity and the dumbing of America. And I was just like, lady, you come from Somalia. We're not trying to hear that mess. And I know, trust me, I ain't about to be the guy just to completely bash Somalia, but I will turn into that guy while respecting the people of Somalia at the same damn time. You know, just like I respect Indians, but I'll sit there and talk shit about India all day. But come on now. To sit there and say that America's dumbing down, I mean, bro, do y'all even have an education system? Like, come on now, let's not play that game. But all right, now, before we get into Miss Omar, let's get into my guy over here. Somalian, a real one, one of the real niggas, excuse me, one of the real Americans who actually can hold their community accountable.
Our truth we have not been saying out loud. Number one, go to Somali malls. There are truth we have not been saying out loud. Number one, go to Somali malls. Cash only, no receipts. That's sus. We got to say that out loud. Number two, Somali tax accountants. They say, oh, you have no taxes today. That's sus. We got to call that out. What?
And shout out to Hellbat. He says, I promise. If you see, by the way, if you see this message, you gay. Well, I mean, damn, almost everybody in the chat gay now, Hellbat. You done got all of us with that one. Gay. Got all of us.
Yeah. Somali trucking companies cutting corners. That's sus.
Thank you.
Let's not do that.
Somali trucking companies, Somali security companies, cutting corners. That's sus. I used to mess with a girl that used to work with a Somali security guard company. Yes, she was actually a security guard for a Somali security company. And this woman was out to do whatever the hell she wanted. I tell you that. Whatever the F she wanted to do. They weren't even providing real security. I remember one of their clients was Kroger's and they ended up losing it because they weren't providing real security. And bro would just only let in Somalians. There was not one black, one white, one Mexican, one of any other, there's no other ethnicity or people but the Somalians. It was heavily, like, I'll be real with you, it was just heavily corrupted because even the way they got paid, it was weird, to the way they handled their service, even to the way they even got clients. Very sus, very sus. But wonderful lady though, wonderful lady, great girl.
Appreciate that. Let me keep going. Yeah, helping each other lie on forms like it's some sort of community service we're doing to each other. What? Yeah. And recently I just saw a Somali.
Now go back on that one, please. Go back.
Yeah. Somali trucking companies cutting corners. That's sus. Let's not do that. Appreciate that. Let me keep going. Yeah, helping each other lie on forms like it's some sort of community service we're doing to each other. What? Yeah. And recently I just saw a Somali sheriff, police officer, saying that he only serves the Somali community. What are you doing? You're an American. The whole citizens is your duty to protect.
Yeah.
And provide great, excellent service.
This is good.
Which is retarded as hell. That some sheriff even came out and said that, like, he should have been relieved of duty that very moment. Like, yo, yeah, you're relieved of duty. Why? Because you said you're only going to protect Somalians. If you want to do that, we're going to take your badge and you could do community watch. You won't be able to use your gun as recklessly, but you can go do that. But you will not be an officer of the American people saying that you're only going to help out one group. You protect and serve the American people, not just the people of Somalia or the Somalian community. We ain't doing that around here.
I respect him for saying these things.
Me too.
Especially out in public, being willing to call your own people out. I understand that because I do it. Many black people will.
I know. I get it. Like, shout out to bro, because I do the same thing. Like, I understand that this kid's going to get a lot of heat because black guys like him and black guys like the guy who in that video and myself get a lot of heat for calling out our own.
Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar of Minnesota is here with me now. First of all, federal prosecutors say 59 people have been investigated in these schemes so far. Americans at large stole tens of billions of forms of aid during the pandemic all over the country. Minnesota's fraud scandal stands out, according to federal auditors. What do you
know what I like about this interview? Do you see how shooken she looks? Do you see where all that shit talking that she was doing, how Americans are dumb, we're racist, we're inferior, like all the shit talking she was doing has finally come back on her. All of this, oh, we're the worst, white men are the worst, white crime and all this good stuff. Yeah, lady, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that fraud, committed by mainly your people. 86 people in that fraud case, 78 of them, your people. So all that ish talking, you was talking about the American people, your own people, about 78%, well, not 78%, but about 78 of them was helping defraud us. And they're in your area. So honestly, we're honestly looking at you like you might be a little bit complicit in it. So please, all that shit talking you was doing about white Americans and Americans in general, you want to take it back? Because you're looking pretty, your people and yourself is looking pretty crazy right now.
What are you hearing from investigators right now?
It's just like the humbleness. You can see the humbleness on her face right now.
The forms of aid during the pandemic, all over the country. Minnesota's fraud scandal stands out, according to federal auditors. What are you hearing from investigators right now?
Well, I've been following the cases closely as they've gone through.
Oh, yeah, and shout out to my man Hellbat. He says that's rich coming from a lady from an average 68 IQ country. And everybody has been throwing that around, like, because when she did call us, oh, we're the dumbing down of America, I'm like, first off, y'all even have an education system? And then second off, isn't the average IQ there like 68? So somebody being on our average IQ is actually considered pretty smart, right? Right. Now, I'm not going to sit there and I ain't going to bash the entire people, but I will sit there and say y'all have completely mismanaged our country, even with the amount of American interference that's been happening, even with it. And I'm going to get into it because I'm going to lay out the whole timeline so we don't got nothing effed up.
The courts, and we know that there are more indictments possibly coming. I think that number might go up to 73 is what I'm hearing.
Okay. Can you shed any light on why the fraud got so out of control in Minnesota?
I think what happened is that, when you have these kind of new programs that are designed to...
Yeah, these new programs that came out, they came out fast. There wasn't enough security around it. But the fact that you guys literally help your own commit fraud and across the board, I mean, from this fraudulent case to an unemployment fraud to immigration fraud, which you guys help each other do, I mean, it is a bit effed up. And you're kind of playing on the kindness of the same people that are, that pay into these services. And also to the same people that allowed you guys over here. I mean, let's be real.
To help people, you're oftentimes willing.
Look, bro, you ain't got to sit down. And here's the thing. I ain't expecting these guys to sit down and kiss our ass. Like, we're not asking you to kiss our ass. We're telling you to respect the country that have allowed you to be the most freest people in the world. Respect the country that gives you more freedom, more opportunity than your own country. We're not saying to sit there and just throw Somalia away. But you got to understand, though, at the end of the day, you're able to come on here, be on TV, speak out against anybody you want because you're an American. You cannot do that in Somalia. Actually, some people in Somalia, some not all, will whoop your ass as a woman for being on camera.
Relying on third parties to be able to facilitate. And I just think that a lot of the COVID programs that were set up, they were set up so quickly that a lot of the guardrails did not get created.
Now, obviously, whatever the ethnic group, the actions of a few dozen should not impugn an entire community of thousands of people. Okay, I want to make that very clear. President Trump has used this fraud to make rather, to me, shockingly bigoted comments about Somalis in general, including you, but the entire Somali community in Minnesota. He did it yesterday and he did it again today. Let's run some of that.
He did?
These Somalians have taken billions of dollars out of our country. They've taken billions and billions of dollars. They have a representative, Ilhan Omar, who they say married her brother. She should be thrown the hell out of our country. And most of those people, they have destroyed Minnesota. She should not be, and her friends shouldn't be allowed. Frankly, they shouldn't even be allowed to be congresspeople, okay? They shouldn't even be allowed to be congresspeople because they don't represent the interests of our country.
It's pretty shocking to hear it, although I don't know how shocked you are at this point anymore. But Somali immigrants in general, you in particular, have been the target of his attacks for a long time. What's your response?
You know what? Actually, I want you to back that up. Yo, Juicy Graph, back that up. How am I in a cult? Please back that up. How am I in a cult on the basic understanding of what a cult is? I mean, where's the religious leader? Where is the killing of people who disagree with us like you guys do? I mean, you damn near you shot somebody for disagreement. So please tell me how we're in a cult, because I've called out Trump on here many a times. So please, if you can't explain, then you are going to get timed out. So, make that response quick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not shocked because we know that the president oftentimes resorts to very bigoted, xenophobic, Islamophobic, racist rhetoric when he is trying to scapegoat and deflect from the actual failures.
Wrong. See, and this is why you need to listen to people instead of just judging them up front. Like, wrong. Actually, I've defended the Somalian community. I've defended them by saying, yo, not all of them was caught up in this fraudulent case. So to sit there and blame all 80K of them is wrong. But we will sit there and call out that the fact that there was a majority of Somalians who was committing this fraud case of $250 million of taxpayer dollars. Out of 87, 78 were of Somalian descent. So where am I just following the cult on that one? It's not really a cult. These are just guys expressing their grievances, or honestly, I'm going to say this. They're getting a little bit, well, I'll say this. They're losing patience. They're losing patience with this community. The community, I'll be real, not all of them, but the most outspoken of this community talks all high and mighty, but look at them over here scamming, defrauding the American people. So that's what it's about. It's not about throwing the entire Somalian community under the bus. And there are people on my side that do that. That's why you're wrong when you say that I'm a cult member, because I'm literally going against what people are saying on my side. But like I said, though, if you learn to actually listen to people instead of just assuming things, you know that
he has himself. We know that this administration has not fulfilled majority of the promises that they've made, whether it is bringing costs down, whether it is the tariffs that are decimating businesses in the United States, whether it is the possible war crimes that his defense secretary is committing. And so to me, it is important for us, one, to remind folks that we are Americans. We're not going anywhere, and we will continue to be in this country. And two, that Minnesotans are resilient, and we will continue to thrive.
What is the practical impact?
All Minnesotas? Because I love how she's talking inclusively now. I love how she's talking about all now instead of just the Somalian community. Because I think she's starting to realize how, you're supposed to be speaking for the American people, not just the Somalian community. That's a problem. And if that's all you speak for, you might want to go back to Somalia and become a freedom fighter for them.
He has himself. We know that this administration has not.
Oh, shoot. Hey, Kimmy, how you doing, sis? Shout out to Kim West. She says, hey, Set, how you doing, sis?
Not fulfilled majority of the promises that they've made, whether it is bringing costs down, whether it is the tariffs that are decimating businesses in the United States, whether it is the possible war crimes that his defense secretary is committing. And so to me, it is important for us, one, to remind folks that we are Americans. We're not going anywhere, and we will continue to be in this country. And two, that Minnesotans are resilient, and we will continue to thrive.
Yeah, but the Minnesota taxpayer is not going to be so resilient to the fraud, okay? Like, we get it. Most of you guys are going to stay here. The guys on the TPS program that we revoked, about 700 y'all got to go. They'll be looking through that 80K in that community to see if there's any immigration fraud, and those people got to go. And hopefully it ain't too much of y'all. But yeah, a lot of them are here to stay. A lot of them are what we consider American citizens by law. It is what it is, guys. It is what it is. But that's just why I say don't throw the entire community under the bus, because it's not the entire community. It's a very small group. And we're going to call those people out. And the reason why I'm on her ass so hard about it, because you try to paint her entire people as angels and our people as the devils. And I'm just like, no. Cut the bullshit. Your people do bullshit too. And it's right here in your face. So take accountability for that. And it's happening in your state.
What is the practical impact when a president of the United States demonizes an entire group of people based on ethnicity? And again, You can point to any ethnic group and find dozens of people in that ethnic group who are committing a particular crime.
True.
The mafia comes to mind, right? But no one, you know,
the DC, the guy who shot the 2 National Guards. I mean, now everybody's trying to throw the entire Afghanistani community under the bus. I mean, it is getting a bit crazy. And then here's the thing, though: we don't do this to no other race or no other group of people unless they're, you know, Arab. I don't like that, guys. I don't like where this is going.
I don't hear people saying that about Italians. They did 100 years ago, but they don't do it today. What is the practical effect on the Somali community when the president says things like that?
I mean, it creates fear. And there is a possible danger that a lot of the people who follow the president have exhibited violence.
I mean, I'll be real with you. One, we could low-key get all these guys up out of here unconstitutionally, of course, and this pardon everybody on the back end, and it is what it is. Like, once we send them out, there'll be no way of getting them back in. Like, I mean, I think Nick Fuentes had this wild-ass idea that we could do it. We could gather all of them up, all 80K, get them up out of here unlawfully, unconstitutionally, and we'll just pardon everybody on the back end, and we'll see what people want to do about it. Now, in my personal opinion, that plan is definitely going to cause a fight with the left, because you don't think they're not going to chain themselves to those planes before they take off. You tripping. You tripping, dog.
In many cases, especially in my case, whenever he has said something about me that is derogatory or says I'm a threat to the country, I've gotten death threats. There's so many people that have been incarcerated over the years that have been encouraged by the president's words. And so there is fear for Somalis, not just in Minnesota, but across the country, that some of these people might attack and harm them.
Ahead of the immigration crackdown in Minnesota, CNN asked the Department of Homeland Security spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin about the remarks from the president. Here's what she had to say.
This is not about politics. This is about public safety. We saw what just happened last week with the terrorist attack against us here in our nation's capital, where one of our great heroes, Sarah Beckstrom, was killed. That's what the precipice of this was.
What's your response to that?
Well, it's certainly not. We know that Somalis, over 90% of them, are citizens of this country. Majority of them having born in the United States. And we know that if you are a criminal, you already have deportation orders. And there is an easy way for them to do that instead of creating this sort of fear where they are having raids. And today we saw them stopping citizens, and people were proving their citizenship by showing their passports. And so we know it has really nothing to do about keeping a community safe. It's actually terrorizing a community and creating fear.
Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, thank you so much for being here.
Now, I'll somewhat give her that. There are people like Valentina Gomez, right? So this lady, Miss Valentina Gomez, the dumbass. Let's see here, Miss Gomez, because the reason why she is such a problem is because she was dumb enough to make a video about, you know, the problems that are going on. And the problem, and here's the thing, she kind of just went out there and just called everybody a bunch of dirty Muslims. Yeah. And, you know, let's go here. Let's see, man, Valentina Gomez. This lady right here, right? My personal profile, Christ is King, I speak truth, and all this good stuff. And look who she's lined up with. You know, your #1 Muslim hater in the world, Laura Loomer. So, you know, once you tagged up with Laura Loomer, man, you about to start hating Muslims for the rest of your life. That's all Laura Loomer does. Is sit there and fearmonger on Muslims. Let's see here. Now, she does speak on some key issues, but I'm trying to find a video that got her all this effing heat to where she just sat there and just called, you know, every Arab in America or every Somalian a dirty Muslim. Doesn't seem like I can find it right now, but I'll get back to you on that one. It was just quite the surprising thing to hear. Actually, you know what? Let's see if we can even better. Let's just hear her say it for herself.
Were laughing as you were listening there, and many people have not been laughing at your video, particularly at phrases like "vote for me so we can kick every dirty Muslim out of Texas." If you had a Muslim candidate in Texas saying "vote for me so we can kick every dirty Christian out of Texas," you would rightly, I imagine, be outraged at that. Why?
Completely loser-ish. But let's hear it. This is the video.
Posted this.
Texas, I've officially filed to become your next congresswoman. So the choice is yours. Vote for me so we can kick every dirty Muslim out of Texas. For me, this is just an election. But for you and your daughter, this is your life. Because Texas has only gotten more Muslim under these weak Republicans. New York City already fell to Islam. So did Michigan and Minnesota. And you're next in line. If Texas falls to Islam, it's simply because you didn't vote correctly. God bless you all.
Well, many people who railed against.
So yeah, yeah, people like that, don't do that. Okay, guys, don't be her. Okay, whatever you do, don't be her.
That is bigotry 101. Basic elementary common sense can tell you that this is not how you deal with situations. And it's just incredibly disappointing and disheartening that we're living in a context in which people use that kind of bigotry to try to gain political advantage. People move people's emotions.
And it is bigotry. I mean, I don't know what you call it. It's the same guys who are honestly out here being straight up bigots, or the same ones who will sit there and tell you straight to your face is like, oh, well, I wouldn't do it to black people. And I hate when people villainize white people. I hate when people villainize Mexicans, but you'll sit there and villainize Muslims and just call them all dirty and then run that as a political campaign. And then some people are ignorant enough to buy it. I mean, wow.
In a way that helps them take a political advantage. And it's extremely disappointing and the wrong way to go about things, especially if you're trying to build a strong, united country. You don't do it by dividing people like that.
Valentina Gomez, you were laughing as you were listening there. Many people have not been laughing at your video, particularly at phrases like "vote for me so we can kick every dirty Muslim out of Texas." If you had a Muslim candidate in Texas saying "vote for me so we can kick every dirty Christian out of Texas," you would rightly, I imagine, be outraged at that. Why do you think it's acceptable to use a phrase like "so we can kick every dirty Muslim out of Texas"?
Good morning, peers. And since you didn't have the decency of introducing me correctly, I'll happily do it. Good morning to
Sweetheart, I wouldn't introduce you correctly either. I mean, I wouldn't respect anybody who speaks like that. Like, to be quite honest, I have no respect for this lady.
all of my beautiful people in England. Hello to all of my lads in the UK. Last time I was there, I had an amazing time.
Because let me be real with you. She's only doing this because it's popular. And then I'm honestly scared about some of you guys who actually are falling for this. So if it was black people that was doing all this, what are you going to call us? All dirty blacks? I mean, shoot. Is that what we doing? Like, well, all right, all the Mexicans, you go start calling them all these dirty Mexicans? I mean, are you going to stay consistent, or are we just picking on the Arabs or the Muslims? That's why I don't respect the language, because like I said, you're throwing an entire people under the bus for what a few does. And then you're acting like other people or groups of people ain't going to sit here and look at y'all kind of weird. Like, bro, the fact that you're doing this to a group kind of making y'all look like what the Democrats played y'all out to be.
Valentina Gomez. I will be the next congresswoman for the state of Texas, and I'm a warrior of the one true King Jesus Christ. And England and peers, the United States and England was built by white Christian men that follow Jesus Christ, not by a bunch of Mohammeds. So let's get that cleared out right away.
Right. You haven't answered my question. Why do you?
Okay.
If it was the other way around, you would be rightly outraged. Why?
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can tell she don't. This is all just playing into a side. She don't really believe this. And it's kind of sad. It's like, bro, that's what the guys say on Twitter in the comments. That's all they ever say is, oh, this country was built by white Christian men of good stock. It's like, okay, what does it have to do with you calling people a bunch of dirty Muslims? Like, I'm sorry, you're not really making a good point here. And if you ain't know, one of our founding fathers actually held a Quran and had high respects for Islam. I mean, and this is a country about freedom of religion. So you may be in the wrong country, sweetheart. You might want to go somewhere else. Sorry. I'm sorry. You might want to go somewhere else. This ain't the country for you. We were believing freedom of religion here. If you don't believe in that, this is the wrong country for you. And you're just going to be here miserable, I guess. And shout out Ken West. It worked for Trump, though, didn't it? You know, not really. Because if you really think about it, Trump didn't throw the entire Mexican community under the bus. He recognized there are good ones and there are bad ones. Good black people, bad black people. Good Haitians, bad Haitians. There are good Somalis, there are bad Somalis. But no, wait. Not with this group, though, for some reason. This group, for some reason, we don't understand it. For some reason, we just threw the entire group under the bus, and I don't understand why. It's honestly not a good way to, it's not a good message. It's not a good way to promote the message. If we're sitting there trying to stop fraud and scamming in Minnesota, great, call them out. But then let's not sit here and pretend like our own people didn't help these people do this. Like that fraud that was going on, the $250 million. Who do you think was helping them do this? Because it wasn't just them; it was our own. The people who were front running this was our own. Those guys were of no Somalian descent. They were our own. So before we sit there and just blame them and throw the whole group under the bus for what, 78 people? Let's not forget that our own was involved with these 78 people to help them do this. And actually, I would say our own was more critically involved because they know the system better than they do.
Why do you think it's acceptable as somebody running for office in the United States to be so blatantly?
But Kim, I will say this. He is doing it with Somalians, but he didn't do it with any other group. He did not. Now, this group has been coming up for a minute now, and I've seen this group on the rise since the killing of that poor young woman on the bus, of the white girl on the bus who got stabbed in the neck. I literally started seeing people saying when there's blacks, you can't relax, you can't trust blacks around white people. All of them trying to throw all black people under a bus. And I've seen this since the train stabbing. Now I started seeing more and more of it. Now we've got to hear, and I'm speaking out of it. I'm speaking out against. I'm tired of guys on the right throwing an entire group under the bus for what a few does. I'm tired of seeing it on X. I'm tired of seeing it all over YouTube. I'm tired of it because it's wrong and it's bigoted, and that's just not something I'll ever stand on. And if you hate me for that, then I'm sorry. It is what it is.
Yeah. Well, why would you be so blatantly hateful towards one group of people?
You call it hateful and bigotry and racist and all of that garbage. I call it the truth. America is a Christian nation. These Muslims come to Christian nations, burn our churches, rape our women.
What churches they burn? Burn y'all churches where, bro? Where? If anything, we helped Israel bomb a church in Gaza. Shit, if anybody's burning churches, it's us in Israel. Where? Where have these people burned churches? Tell me. Nowhere. Not one place. And here's the thing. This will even kill me even more. Oh my God. It's how wrong they are about Islam, how wrong they are about the religion. They take small word. They take a sentence out of the Quran and make that the entire religion. Just like atheists take a sentence out the Bible and make that the entire religion. And we'll call those guys, honestly, intellectually dishonest. So what do you think I'm going to call you guys? Intellectually dishonest.
Shoot our American soldiers point blank, killing one of them in broad daylight, then chanting Allahu Akbar. Pierce, my brother is a National Guardsman. He literally puts himself on the line for this nation. So yes, these dirty Muslims have no place in America and have no place in England.
But as you speak, you see, I'm just seeing a brazen.
So because of one guy, one Afghani that goes out there and to shoot two National Guards, we're just going to throw the whole community away. And here's the thing. I was even in agreement that all of those who came under Operations Allies Welcome, like that guy did, yeah, we should go ahead and revet all of them, not throw them all out and demonize them. I'm like, no. So even I'm sitting there looking at that crime going, okay, yeah, we do need to do some revetting. We need to look over some stuff. But I'm not taking it as far as just throw the entire community away.
Islamophobe. And people
get these guys out of MAGA, bro, because they're going to kill us. These guys are going to be the guys that destroy MAGA. These guys are going to be the reason why the Dems fall in power, because nobody likes this racist bullshit. Most of Americans on the left and the right don't like this bigoted bullshit. Most of us is going to turn away from this. So Republicans, get your shit together.
Say that phrase doesn't exist. It doesn't. And I'm sure you find it funny, but I think you can make perfectly pertinent points about what's happened here without descending into such vile hatred towards an entire religion. And there are 5 million Muslims in the United States. Why would you want to categorize them in such a grotesque manner?
Oh, and those 5 million Muslims should definitely go back to their 56 Muslim nations. And let's get something very clear right now in your little show, Piers.
Okay.
I don't fear the groomers. I don't fear the pedophiles. I don't fear the corrupt politicians.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we got all those in our country too, right? I'm pretty sure we probably got more pedophile Americans than pedophile Muslims here in America. So yeah, stop acting like it's just Muslims. Like I said, it's stupid. And women like her, the worst. Taking the message of Jesus and completely bastardizing it to push hate, as if Jesus stood for any of that.
peers. I don't fear the groomers. I don't fear the pedophiles. I don't fear the corrupt politicians. And I definitely do not fear the dirty Muslims.
Let me bring in.
Can I jump in here real quick?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
No.
I mean, we should be clear about the fact. I mean, sure, Valentina is just a bigot, plain and simple, engages in the worst kinds of big
facts. And here's the thing: is like this. It's like the same bigots that be on the left when they talk about all white people are bad. Being white themselves is hilarious too. But let's talk about the black people, the Muslims on the left as well, like Ilhan Omar, that sits there and paints white people as bad all day. I sit there and I could call Ilhan Omar a bigot too, and I don't like the way she speaks either. Because why are you sitting there trying to demonize an entire group of people when, be real with you, we're talking about probably like, hey, white people, they do their bullshit, but they're probably one of the most compassionate people on earth. To be quite honest with you, considering that they're the majority of the charity givers, they're the safest countries to live in. I mean, yeah, it's hard to demonize people when they kind of create some of the most safest civilizations. Let's be real. So I don't even like it when people sit there and demonize white people. I just don't like the demonization of anybody. Or any group of people, not anybody. We demonize certain individuals, but people, I mean, we should know better than that by now.
Bigotry imaginable. But it's worth noting that she's fundamentally un-American because the American Constitution says that you cannot discriminate against people based on religion. That is pretty clear. And so she's engaging in an anti-American campaign in the name of protecting America, which is just irony beyond imagination. So yes, she's a charlatan. She doesn't know what she's talking about. You can tell by looking at her that her IQ hovers around room temperature.
Facts.
To me, the real scandal is not engaging with her directly because she's beneath taking seriously. But
Literally.
the problem is with the G.
Literally, she is beneath taking seriously. Because if you ask anybody who's like deranged like her about Muslims or Islam, then I'm be real with you, they can't back up nothing that they're saying. Like they'll sit there and say all this stuff that they think they read out the Quran, but no, that's not the Quran, that's the Hadith. And you're misquoting the Hadith as well, which is even crazier. You're mistaking quotes from the Hadith and saying that they're in the Quran and being wrong about that. Then when you are actually quoting the Quran, you're taking it out of complete context. That's why it's really hard to believe you guys, because you run on lies. And then the worst lie y'all tells them, oh, I read the Quran. And then you take complete passages out of context. I mean, if you read a book, you don't need to take nothing out of context because you know the complete story. You know what's going to happen. You know what led up to it and what happened after. You guys just taking sections and just posting it on Twitter or whatever and saying this is Islam is that's extremely foolish.
OP that you have a major party in this country having a candidate running under its flagship, engaging in this kind of really incredibly hateful, incendiary rhetoric, and they do nothing about it. We've seen it with the dissent with Donald Trump himself, with the lawlessness that he has brought to the table and the corruption that he's allowed to get away with, without the party really standing up and putting country before party and before president. And you can see that slippery slope now leading to this level, where you have just a complete hateful clown like this person representing that party without.
Yeah, you have hateful clowns like this on the right, and in MAGA, and they gotta go. We need to eliminate these guys. We need to push these guys into the corner and be like, look, that ain't us. Leave us out of that. We're actually here to make America better. Okay. These guys are about more like make America white and Christian again. We're about making America great again. Okay. White and Christian versus making America great. We're two different people here. And I do not want to be lumped into with these bigots. Never.
Are you objecting to it?
Yeah, you know what?
Leading us towards a very, very dark place in this country.
I actually completely.
All right.
I completely agree with you. There are perfectly legitimate.
No, Piers. And to
well, I do. I actually do agree with you. I think your brazen bigotry is obvious.
Let's make something very clear, Piers. Yeah. I only discriminate against terror.
Bro, it is MAGA. No, trust me. It's still about make America great again. But if make America great again means being hateful towards Muslims, all right, then actually maybe I'll do. Maybe I am not MAGA. Maybe I'm not, because I didn't sign up to be a bigot. I signed up to make America prosper again, putting the American people first. I didn't sign up to hate Muslims. Where was this with being MAGA? Y'all didn't put this out in the beginning. Y'all didn't say, hey, yo, you not only must you want America to be prosperous, but you got to hate Muslims as well. I'd have never joined MAGA. I'd have sat there like, oh, darn, I ain't a hateful person. So no, this ain't MAGA. Y'all kind of just threw this in there last second and try to make it MAGA, but it's not.
These terrorists have no.
And if you got to unsubscribe because of that, then hey, man, God bless. Wish you well in your journey.
place in America. They have no place in the world. And the best type of terrorist is a dead terrorist. And let's look at your Quran. Your Quran 12 states to terrorize and behead those who believe.
No, it doesn't. The Quran does not tell people to go around and behead people. It does not say that. And she can't point out the passage in the Quran that says so. And you know what? Anybody in the chat can feel free to do so, and you'll be wrong. You want to know why? Because I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to look up that passage. I'm going to figure out the context behind it, and you're most likely going to be wrong every single time. Actually, you guys are wrong every single time. And shout out Kim. She says, double tap the screen. Hey, appreciate the support, sis. Appreciate that. Appreciate all the supporters. And I know I'm kind of pissing off some of my MAGA crowd right now, but bro, I'm going to be real with you. I'll speak power to truth. I don't care. If I'm pissing you off by saying that we shouldn't hate a group of people, then there's something wrong with you, not me. Something wrong with you, buddy.
In scripture.
Like, you can understand not to hate all black people for crimes that a few do. We understand not to hate all white people for what a few do. Bro, we understand not to hate all Mexicans for what a few do, but you can't get that with Muslims? Really? Like, come on now.
Other than the Quran, and that Afghani, that dirty Muslim that killed Sarah Beckstrom.
It doesn't actually say that, and this is the problem.
And Andrew Wolf, who is
All right, let me bring in Kasim Rashid. Welcome to Uncensored. If you'd like to say what you want to say.
Yeah, I co-sign everything Omar said there, and I think fundamentally this is where we are as a country, where rather than talking about real serious issues, we have these firebrands. I think she ran in Missouri, got 7%, moved to Texas to try to lose there as well.
Yeah, because nobody wants a bigot. That's why I want this lady gone. She lost in the last state. Now she's trying to jump over to Texas, thinking that she has a chance there with the same type of bigoted rhetoric. Like, I'm sorry. This is why she needs to leave. This is not even if it was a popular position, I wouldn't support it, because nobody wants to be around the racist. Nobody wants to be around somebody who legitly hates people. Nobody wants to be around a hateful group or person. What part of that don't you understand? Like, and I'm especially talking to MAGA, because we understood that the Dems could be a hateful group towards us, towards whites. But then here you go, taking up some of the same characteristics of them and doing it towards Arabs. What the fuck?
Look, the reality is that, we need to look at the facts here. And the facts tell us that immigration is a net positive in every single way to this country. The facts tell us...
and shout out to my man Jay. He said, sorry, this ain't MAGA. She got Kunish Karen vibes. But yeah, she definitely got the Karen vibes. And the thing is, she's just going along with the hateful rhetoric. That's it. Like, as soon as everybody else starts saying this stuff, she just jumps out and starts saying it. She thinks this is actually going to start helping people. She thinks that, oh yeah, well, if Islam takes over your state, it's because you didn't vote for it. You know what? Let me be brutally honest with you guys. If Islam take over your state, it's because we didn't handle affordability. We didn't get people to start making more babies. And we let these guys outbreed us. We let them outbreed us. All right. Now, and they didn't do it right now, but that's what could happen. So if Muslims was to take over a certain state or city, it's our fault, to be quite honest with you. Like, one, we let them in here. Two, we let them outbreed us. Three, we got politicians that are doing everything to help these guys skirt our system. Thank you, Dems. For those y'all think it's a MAGA channel, trust me, I'm still on the Dems' ass 24/7, but it is kind of their fault.
Northwestern University study of last 150 years found that at no point in American history have immigrants had a higher crime rate than born U.S. citizens. We're talking about Somalia, and we're talking about Minnesota. Well, Minnesota is the 4th best state in the country to start a business and to live and to work. It's the 15th safest state in the country as well. And so, the difference here is that we want the constitutional principles of due process of law to apply. And this idea that we're a Christian nation is contradicted by the founders of this country itself. We are actually a secular democratic republic where people can believe or not believe as they wish without oppression. And I think it's...
Now, look, you could say secular, but honestly, we are in a way a Christian nation. Yes, we have secular views, we practice it secularly because we don't condemn people for not being Christian. We don't persecute you for not being Christian. We don't demand that you are Christian. That's one of the beautiful things about America. We do have freedom of religion. So when people come here and try to talk against a whole religion, and we all know that not all Muslims are bad. We know this. And when you guys try to convince us of that, you do understand you're fighting not only the statistics, but our anecdotal experience. So you guys are losing on the statistical side of things because we run the numbers and not majority of Muslims are committing crime and committing fraud. And then we go with our own anecdotal experience of actually being around Muslims. I've said this many a times. My stepdad is a Muslim from West Africa, of course, not the Middle Eastern, but of West Africa. You don't think I know a little bit about the culture, seeing that I grew up in it? My mom was a Baptist, a Christian. So I grew up in the Christian culture as well. I had the best of both sides. That's why you'll never see me here hating on any side, because I understand them. And you only hate what you don't understand.
Critically important that whatever.
This is the sad truth, though. I mean, I'm telling you, look, even if you hate MAGA, I mean, you usually like them. If you hate us, usually because you don't understand us, you don't understand our arguments, you don't understand why we hold these positions, you don't even understand why we live the way we live. And because you don't understand it, you have a rejection towards it. It's just the way it is. But all right, now let's go over to our guy, Alex Jones, because we are going to talk about this fraud stuff, okay? It's not like I'm going to run away from it because I'm afraid to criticize a country or community. You know me. I'll criticize any country, any community. But as far as hating the people of that country or the entire community, can't do it. Just can't do it. Sorry. Can't do it. Impossible. Just not a hateful person. All right, but let's get over to our guy, Alex Jones.
Of Venezuela, the former head of military intelligence of Venezuela, Hugo Carvajal, he's been sitting for 2 years. He's defected in 2017 from the regime and stayed in Spain. We arrested him 2 years ago.
Shout out to my man, Hellbat.
And he's been sitting.
He's saying Egypt, Syria, Palestine, North Africa, Morocco, Algeria, Tanzania, Liberia, Iraq, and parts of Turkey all used to be Christian, by the way, which is true. And they still have some Christians in there, by the way. They actually, yes, they have a small Christian population. Some of them a little bit bigger. But yes, they do have Christians there till this day. And here's the thing. I do think it's unfair to tell history only from the point where the Christians are the saviors. Because think about it like this. It was cool to go kill in the name of Jesus, but it was wrong to go kill in the name of Allah. Conquest for Jesus is all good. Conquest for Allah is evil and wicked. Same actions, different tone. It's like, bro, that's what like throws me. I kind of just say, well, both are bad. Both shouldn't be killing in the name of their Lord or their perceived God. Nobody should be doing that. And I mean, let's be real. There's a lot of other reasons to take over other places besides religion. Of course, like resources and just the need for conquest and to grow your area.
In prison in New York, he reached out to me and the people I've worked with you, the Gary and the guy I call Zorro, the three of us who've been on this, and offered to flip and turn everything up. Now, just so you know, everything we've been fighting is actually, this election system is categorized as a weapon, and it reports to the Venezuelan military intelligence. So this is the guy who was over the weapon. He was Nicolas Maduro's and Hugo Chavez's director of intelligence. So he knows it all. He got in touch and let us know that he would flip sides and that he negotiated rigging elections in dozens of countries.
Oh, that's
and his office was wired for sound. He has videotapes.
Shout out my man Hellbat for also including like oops, forgot to say England and France. Look at our future over there, which is rich, which is a very rich future. I mean, bro, I ain't gonna sit here and ever shit on no history of nobody. I mean, white people got a great past, great legends, and great history. Black people got it. Arabs got it. I respect all. That's the problem, though. It's like we've lost that respect of other people in their progress throughout history. I mean, it turned out to a point where, well, you better only be for white progression. What happened for white history, or you're just not for American. I'm just like, whoa, buddy. Whoa there, buddy. I mean, I could be proud of my history, your history, everybody's history. I don't just have to align with your history. And if I don't go with the narrative of your history, then I'm wrong. I mean, that's not what being a free thinker is.
Dozens of countries in his negotiations. Don't worry, people. They're all safe. They're all hidden. He was offering to turn this over and help. He cooperated. And what's really important to know, since June, what's really important to know is the DOJ and the CIA blocked it. The CIA has been saying he doesn't have any useful information. That seems odd. The Venezuelan Direct General of Military Intelligence doesn't know anything worth debriefing about. Anyway, this guy, he's written a letter that says this letter may as well be Alex Jones was right. Alex Jones was right. The Director of Military Intelligence of Venezuela has written a letter that says you're in a war with the United States.
But I do think it would be the perfect time to prove this point right here. Well, my guy right here.
Voted for President Trump in.
Check this out.
What would you say to the president if you were standing here right now?
Mr. President, we campaign for you. We have hope in you. We see hope in you. Please differentiate between good, bad, and evil.
That's a Somali immigrant who voted for President Trump in 2024, but now Trump is demonizing Somalis in America, specifically here in Minnesota.
I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you.
Facts.
Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. We're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country.
Oh, no, Hellbat, I know what you mean. I mean, shout out Hellbat. Like, Hellbat, he'll say, look, man, I'm proud of my heritage and all that, and I respect everybody else's, but just know, it's always my people number one. Like, trust me, you're the same way as me. Like, yeah, trust me, I care about other people outside the world and all that's cool, but what I truly care about, the top of my list, is American people. Like, at the top of the list. Now we go deeper into America, then it's the American people, black community, all that good stuff. You got going down the list. So trust me, it is all about us at the end of the day, and what I truly care for is us. Remember, me talking, I'm just speaking my mind on what's going on, sometimes outside and what's in the rhetoric that's happening inside of our party. So don't get it twisted. It's still America first. It's still us first. But I just can't get along with the movement right now of straight up bigoted language towards Muslims. I just can't get down with it.
My children are no garbage. I campaigned for the president in 2024. I actually went out and we reached 50 million people endorsing Trump 7 days before the election.
What drew you to the president?
Because we believed he was an agent of chaos. We couldn't afford anything back then. There was a fentanyl crisis. There was an issue of affordability. The living standards went down. Crime issues. These are 5 very important things to us. And we believe that Trump would be the solution to it. I've been a Republican for over 25 years. I'm not going to stop being a Republican. But what I do know is for a fact is we're getting killed out here because people are saying, we told you so.
And all right, now let's get over to the next one. These guys, like I said, we're going to get into it. So I showed the wrong video there. I had to go find the right one.
The first 7 defendants in this massive case are standing trial together, and their portion of the alleged scam is centered in Shakopee. At a strip mall just off the main drag in Shakopee, where Empire Cuisine and Market used to be located, Abdiaziz Farah and Mohammed Ismail claimed to serve millions of meals to Minnesota kids in 2020 and 2021. This portion of the alleged Feeding Our Future scheme involved $30 million in federal funds for which they weren't entitled, money laundering, extravagant purchases, and the help of 6 other defendants, according to federal prosecutors.
Yep, and I know there was a maintenance man. Let me rewind this, but there was actually a maintenance man who said, yo, I was checking on a lot of these Section 8 houses that the Somalians were staying in, and we're talking about, yo, these guys got multiple cars in the lot, brand new and all this wild stuff. And, it also could be because they stay like 4 to 6 to a house. I mean, family, this is like kind of the weird thing about African and African Arab communities is that, well, when we're 18, we're promoted, or we're, I guess, what's the best word? Honestly, just F it. We're pushed out the house at 18, 19, damn near, and really at 20, your parents expect you to be doing your own thing, to be out there at college, trying to figure shit out. Now, in African and Arab families, bro, you could be in there until 26, just stocking up your money, get everything you need to. Are you still living with mom and dad? Whatever money you may need to borrow, you got like 4 or 5 relatives living with you. It's all good. Like, I would say it's more of a, damn near, I say they have more of a strong family unit over there. I say that. Stronger family unit than we got, man. We out here throwing our kids to the wolves.
The first 7 defendants in this massive case.
But I would say that's why our kids are stronger and more responsible.
The first 7 defendants in this massive case are standing trial together, and their portion of the alleged scam is centered in Shakopee. At a strip mall just off the main drag in Shakopee, where Empire Cuisine and Market used to be located, Abdi Aziz Farah and Mohammed Ismail claimed to serve millions of meals to Minnesota kids in 2020 and 2021. This portion of the alleged Feeding Our Future scheme involved $30 million in federal funds for which they weren't entitled, money laundering, extravagant purchases, and the help of 6 other defendants, according to federal prosecutors. Like many of the anecdotes made public in the $250 million Feeding Our Future case, some of the things the defendants in this first trial are accused of doing border on absurd. Prosecutors say the defendants claim to be serving meals to kids in places that make no sense, such as this big parking lot in Shakopee, or in derelict commercial spaces like this. According to court documents, the defendants created sham meal count sheets and phony attendance rosters with children names such as Man Sincere, Ron Donald,
Come
or
on,
even
bro.
John Doe.
I mean, come on, bro. Y'all could have been a little bit more creative. What the fuck? I'm surprised they weren't called sooner, bro. It's like just the names is BS. They didn't even try. Like, bro, at least try. They're like, what? Like, I'm be real with you. I respect it more if they was a little bit more clever with it. When they don't even try, I feel 10 times more disrespected. Like, what the fuck? They didn't even try with the names.
There are lots of populations like this. You want to zoom in on the Somali population, you find billion-dollar scams, you find Medicare scams, welfare scams. They all are on government housing with the $100,000 cars. I mean, you find scam after scam after scam. What do you think happens if you zoom in on the Afghan community? What do you think happens if you zoom in on the illegal South American communities? What do you think happens if you zoom in on the Haiti communities?
Oh,
this is just, it's the spotlight is on the Somalis right now.
Thank you. And he's saying it perfectly. Like the spotlight's on the Somali, but I'm gonna be real with you. You could do this in any community and possibly find the same thing. Any immigrant community is gonna reflect exactly what you see in the Somali community. So this is why we're looking at some of our fellow Republicans crazy when they're throwing them under the bus. We're just going like, well, where's that language for the Haitians? Where's that language for the, I don't know, like the Mexicans? I mean, shoot, where's that? I mean, I know what, I don't even want to say the last part. Y'all really gonna get mad at me.
So crimes are coming to light. Do you think it's because it's the only population doing this?
No.
And the more you like realize just how much we're being scammed, it is truly incomprehensible. Like, I think like my brain is not capable of maintaining all of these different, like I can't even think about all the scams going on at once. Because it's not just the illegal immigration, which is a scam in and of itself, and then taking our jobs, and then those corporations are lobbying for the government programs that give the welfare so they can lower the pay rate that they do, and then the housing prices go up, and it's just, and then they bring in all of their family. And it's just like, this is just one tiny facet on like the disco ball of this one little tiny frame on the many-sided manifestation of scams in our country. And this is just like the lowest level stuff. That's not even getting into the real big scams where they're stealing $100 billion to kill Ukrainians. It's like we are just robbed relentlessly. And it's frankly a miracle we're still going at all, let alone the most powerful country in the world. It almost doesn't make any sense. I just keep getting an image of just like this elephant marching on, and it's just like 100 spears in its side. They've hit it with a cannon. They're just like 1,000-pound weights piled on top of it. They're tying up its feet, and it's just, we just keep marching on. It's like, and they're just like sucking gallons of blood out of us, and we just keep going. It's like we're so powerful, we're so strong, we're so prosperous that we can be scammed by 1 billion Somalis and 1 billion South Americans and 1 billion Jews and 1 billion Muslims, and it's just, we don't even notice. The vast majority of Americans don't even know what's going on. And it really is incredible. It really is something else. Let's go to clip number 24 here. This is Patrick Bet-David talking about just one program that's just, again, just the amount of scams that we're suffering under is just truly unbelievable. Let's watch Patrick Bet-David.
Rob, you had one of the charts that you had up a minute ago, which was phenomenal, showing who's getting entitlement benefits. Check this out. This is family receiving welfare. So purple is illegal headed households. Red is legal immigrants. Blue is U.S. born headed households.
The people we want to give the welfare to.
People you want to give it to. And when you look at this, cash, go with a food. Look at what food looks like.
I played the exact same clip, exact same one.
Legal 48%, legal 38%. That becomes what? That's 82%. Whatever that number is, a massive percentage of it is those two. Then you have the Americans. People see numbers like this. They're like, what am I doing with my tax pay? Why am I paying taxes? To support who?
Why am I paying taxes? Because they'll kill you if you don't. Because they'll throw you in jail if you don't. No, you're being robbed at gunpoint to feed people who gleefully scam from you. In fact, Ilhan Omar was asked about this, and her answer was that it was our fault for making it too easy to scam. The Somalis just couldn't resist. They couldn't help themselves. It was our fault for making it so easy to scam us. Stupid Americans having a high trust society that has vulnerabilities because we want to take care of the less fortunate. We're so dumb. Let's go to clip number 23 here.
Can you shed any light on why the fraud got so out of control in Minnesota?
I think what happened is that, you know, when you have these kind of new programs that are designed to help people, you're oftentimes relying on third parties to be able to facilitate. And I just think that.
Yep, and that's where they catch up. The third parties, who are the Democrats or the leftists, well, yeah, sit there and help them commit fraud against our government.
A lot of the COVID programs that were set up, they were set up so quickly that a lot of the guardrails did not get created.
Best example, unemployment. For some reason, unemployment, before they came out with the real ID, all you needed was a name, social security, and birth date. I mean, you could have bought that on the dark web. I mean, shoot, you could have asked a crackhead on the street for that information, and you'd be able to sign them up for unemployment benefits, get a card sent to your location with about, I don't know, maybe like $10,000 to $20,000 on it.
Yeah, and those guardrails didn't get created, so
yeah,
we robbed you for $1 billion. Yeah, it's your fault.
But that was across the board, though. That was like everybody. I mean, it was happening in California rapidly. There was a whole scam, like there was damn near a scam ring going on, a complete corruption ring going on in California. It happened in Ohio where people was abusing unemployment or COVID unemployment. It got bad, especially with the PPP loans as well being thrown into the mix. And then, of course, food programs also got abused as well. But those can only get abused at a higher level because money doesn't get directly sent out to the people. All you get is food. If you want to scam for food, I mean, that's pretty ridiculous.
Really? You should have created guardrails to stop us from scamming you. You fools. How dare you do this to us? Really is incredible. During a 20-month period, the Feeding Our Future scammers billed over 125 million fake meals, claiming they were all for children. Never made a meal.
The first 7 defendants in this massive case are standing trial together, and their portion of the alleged scam is centered in Shakopee. At a strip mall just off the main drag in Shakopee, where Empire Cuisine and Market used to be located, Abdiaziz Farah and Muhammad Ismail claimed to serve millions of meals to Minnesota kids in 2020 and 2021. This portion of the alleged Feeding Our Future scheme involved $30 million in federal funds for which they weren't entitled, money laundering, extravagant purchases, and the help of 6 other defendants, according to federal prosecutors. Like many of the anecdotes made public in the $250 million Feeding Our Future case, some of the things the defendants in this first trial are accused of doing border.
Jesus. All right. Overview of fraud. $250 million. Defendants bought land, houses, luxury cars, commercial real estate, and jewelry. Man, I mean, the only smart purchase was the commercial, or 2 smart purchases were commercial real estate and land. Now, this is going on between April 2020, which is basically the start of COVID. And then when they started doing the unemployment and all that and adding, I guess, benefits to it or extra money to it. And then more than 125 million fake meals. How much were they paying per meal? 200 plus sites across Minnesota and 47 defendants in the first set of charges.
On absurd. Prosecutors say the defendants claim to be serving meals to kids in places that make no sense, such as this big parking lot in Shakopee. or in derelict commercial spaces like this. According to court documents, the defendants created sham meal count sheets and phony attendance rosters with children names such as Man Sincere, Ron Donald, or even John Doe. Names the Shakopee School District is expected to testify don't exist in their schools. Then what was done with the money? Prosecutors say they will trace how the defendants used the federal money to buy vehicles, real estate, a down payment on a $2.5 million home build, and a honeymoon in the Maldives.
What?
The two main defendants were also charged.
What? Hey, nah, bro. They was planning on getting loose or just either that or living a life of luxury. They thought they'd have never got caught. So, because to buy land, buy a whole house here, I mean, let's be real. If they were smart and seen this come, them getting caught down the pipeline, boy, they'd have just moved over into the Maldives.
Or home build in a honeymoon in the Maldives.
Nice. Well, honeymoon. Sorry, man. No, not bad. Not live, but a honeymoon in the Maldives. Okay. I mean, done on fraudulent money, but I hope the vacation was nice.
The two main defendants were also charged with passport fraud, and Ismail pleaded guilty to that. But as to the alleged meal fraud, attorneys for the defendants say they did not knowingly defraud the government.
But
knowingly defraud.
Oh, my bad. We didn't know we were defrauding. We were just earning millions of dollars from a program that's supposed to feed children. I didn't know we weren't supposed to make money from feeding the children. Our bad. My bad. I thought the $1 million check was a bonus. Like, bro, what?
The government. Yeah. It gets confusing. It gets a little confusing because of the sheer number, the volume and scale of these scams that this one community has brought to our shores in just the time that I've been alive. What you're just hearing there was one aspect of the feeding our future scam. You heard the reporter say that. This is one part of the scam. That was just part of it, these two guys. I mean, it's much bigger than that. But then you've got the COVID scamming that Ilhan Omar was blaming on us not stopping them from scamming us. Okay. But then on top of that, you've got the welfare scam. You've got like this: DHS freezes new home and community-based care license for 2 years as applications explode 283%. That's the housing, the government housing scam that they're running. And that doesn't even, include the autism scan that they ran, where every single Somali person in Minnesota claimed to have a child with autism, got money from the federal government, and sent it to Al-Shabaab, the terrorist group in Somalia. It's hard to even wrap your mind around or start to talk about this because you're talking about one scam and 15 other scams crop up. Of course, Ilhan Omar knows about it. She wrote the bill that allowed it all. I'll tell you about that on the other side.
But all right, now let's get over let's go ahead and switch topics because NATO preparing for a primitive war. Oh, Lord, here's NATO. I mean, you just can't set the peace deal. No, you got to drag the whole world into war because you hate Russia, right? Right. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into it with redacted. Whoops. There we go.
Well, bombshell news out of Europe today. Newly leaked phone call logs show that European leaders are actively trying to thwart peace plans in Ukraine. Of course, they're bloodthirsty and they absolutely want war with Russia directly. A confidential call between European leaders and Ukrainian President Zelensky has leaked to the German newspaper Der Spiegel. They got their hands on it. The phone call was a setup to Zelensky, and they tried to warn him that the United States may betray Ukraine's interests in upcoming peace negotiations with Russia. Basically,
and this is what I hate when they say United States might betray Ukraine's interests. I mean, bro, if Ukraine has to fight for its interests. If they want to get back more land, they want that land back, they got to fight for that. They got to be able to beat Russia off that land. Sadly, they have not been able to beat Russia off that land. So guess what? Russia is now saying we want that to be de facto Russia. The problem with the Ukrainians is they want us to tell Russia without any military force involved to get up off that land when they can't do it with military force.
Lying to Zelensky, saying the U.S. would basically throw him under the bus. So go ahead and basically continue this war. According to the
can we get an affordability check for U.S. versus Poland? I got you.
The leaked notes. Emmanuel Macron warned that there's a possibility that the U.S. will betray Ukraine on the issue of territory without clarity on security guarantees, calling the situation a great danger. Friedrich Merz, for his part, on the German side, reportedly told Zelensky to be very careful, accusing U.S. envoys of playing games in negotiations.
And the results are in, my friend. Let me go ahead and check this for you. Now, Now, if we're comparing affordability from, let's see, the United States versus Poland, as my man Hell Bad have asked for, I got you, big dog. Poland is 29%, 29% cheaper than the United States overall. In restaurants, you pay 25%, 27.8% less in Poland. Groceries, you pay 43.4% less in Poland. Transportation, you pay 1.4% less in Poland. Not too much of a key difference. Housing, you pay 38.2% less in Poland. Childcare, Jesus Christ, bro. What? What? Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Childcare, you pay 70.4% less in Poland. So if you were paying 100 like per child, you're only spending 30 in Poland. Ooh, blessings. Entertainment and sports pay about 38.8% less in Poland. Clothing, you pay more in Poland actually for clothing because we got a lot of clothing here. So we got clothing in I would say in high numbers, in high quantity, so the price is low. But clothing, we pay about 13% more in Poland than in the United States. So really, I mean, yeah, there ain't really too much that ain't really too much in pricing we can beat Poland on, but we sure do beat them in, population, military power, GDP, but in affordability, I mean, boy, kicking our ass there. But not anywhere else, though, I bet. Not anywhere else. Sorry, that's my American pride. I'm sorry. I'm competitive.
A bunch of other individuals on this call as well, from Finland, Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, and other EU leaders. In other words, don't listen to the Americans. Listen to the trustworthy European leaders instead. Dr. Olga Ravasi joins us now to break this all down and also talk about the preemptive attacks that NATO seems to be planning against Ukraine or against Russia as well. Doctor, great to have you back on the show. Great to see you. What do you make of this Der Spiegel article, and why are we hearing about this now?
Good to see you guys again, and thank you for having me. Yes, I saw the article and saw several other international media outlets carry this. And look, at this point, I don't think that calls like this get leaked accidentally. I think this is a message that they're trying to send to President Trump first and foremost, and also to President Putin, to warn him that these negotiations must include not only Ukraine and the little dictator Zelensky or wannabe dictator, but the unelected bureaucracy and some of the elected.
All right, guys, if you want me to go ahead and do the affordability comparison, like try to send in a super chat like my man Hellbat, $2 is cool. So you can even do $1 and just comment just comment the two countries you want me to compare or states. We can have fun with this. Why not?
Leaders of the European nations who have been on a suicide mission for quite some time and have been shooting themselves in the foot, first and foremost economically, with all of their green agendas and all of the lunacy that they have been ushering and imposing on their own people. But they are trying to insert themselves into these negotiations because they realize that they are being sidelined, and rightfully so, because it is clear to all of us that the main decision makers on this will be Russians and Americans, meaning President Putin and President Trump. One thing that I thought was very interesting while President Putin was meeting with Jared Kushner and Witkoff, at the same time, Secretary Lavrov was meeting with his Chinese counterpart. So you imagine these bilateral meetings that are kind of ushering your multipolar world, whether we want it or not, it is emerging. It is already actually here. And it is very clear what the lines in the sand are. It is China, Russia, and the United States. So, of course, the Europeans would want to play, a little part in this, but they're simply incapable because
they're not superpowers. Nobody, even if Europe ganged up together and tried to fight us in America, we'd whoop their ass. No offense, my European brothers, but yes, we low-key work you guys. It really, yes, the US can take on the entirety of Europe. Russia can most likely take on the entirety of Europe. China can take on the entirety of Europe. So you're not really a superpower unless a superpower can't whoop your ass, okay? Because we can't sit there and easily beat China. We can't sit there and easily beat Russia. We can easily beat any other country in the world, though, easily. Or there's going to be some casualties, but we will win easily.
even their economies cannot sustain this. And back to NATO, I mean, what are they really thinking they're going to keep sending to Ukraine? They're completely depleted. They've got nothing. And they've been telling us all along that the Russians are running out of bullets. And they want to keep the racket going because, again, let's go back to the history of NATO a little bit. NATO has been obsolete for quite some time since the collapse of the Soviet Union, since the collapse of the Warsaw Pact. NATO basically was deemed useless. Well, how did NATO reinvent itself? Through the war in former Yugoslavia, through the balkanizing of Yugoslavia, and through the bombing campaign that they unilaterally conducted against Serbia and Montenegro at the time. And that happened without the UN approval, the Security Council or approval, and it happened against the will of the American people as well, because we didn't have the congressional approval to go into such a campaign. So NATO has been, as we used to think of it, a defensive alliance. NATO has been incredibly aggressive and has been serving as an extended tool of the global empire, if you will, global American empire. But what I'm also concerned about is that this is an offshoot of the global British Empire, because while these meetings have been happening in Russia, while the Europeans are leaking the calls with Zelensky to send a message to President Trump, I don't know if you guys caught this, but at the Windsor Castle, King Charles had a banquet with the German Prime Minister Merz. And interestingly, at these banquets, geopolitical things are seldom discussed openly. What King Charles said was a stern message, at least as far as I'm concerned, which was that the Anglo-German alliance will stand opposing Russia and continue standing with Ukraine.
Yeah, and the whole reason why NATO was created was to, well, go against the Soviet Union. I mean, now the Soviet Union is Russia, and they're still just as scared of what Russia can become or what they can do. They still are fear mongering, saying that, oh, well, once Russia takes Ukraine, they'll take Europe next. And let's be real. No, that was never Russia's plan. If that was Russia's plan, I mean, then why not just attack all of you? Why wait? Like, why not put all of you on guard and have all of you wasting your weapons to fight Russia? Like, why not? But hey, let's go ahead and see what Putin, though, has said recently. Because, yeah, Putin vows to end war when Eastern Ukraine is free, a.k.a. when Eastern Ukraine is de facto Russia. That is when Putin will stop.
Russian President Vladimir Putin, who's digging in against the West. President Putin is on a state visit to India and is vowing to keep fighting in Ukraine. He said the war will only end when Ukraine's eastern territories have been freed. President Putin also accused the West of an economic double standard. He asked why the US is pressuring India to stop buying Russian oil, while Russian uranium helps power US nuclear plants. Paula Newton is in New York, joins me now. I mean, the answer to the question is convenience and expediency. You need the nuclear, you don't need the oil. But he's got a point.
He has a point, although the United States has said that they are likely to phase that out by 2028. But putting that aside, there's a lot going on here in India at this hour, Richard. And I want to remind everyone that the relationship between India and Russia is a robust one that has gone on for decades.
All right, now, as I show this here, because I'll give you that freebie, you know, just to get in between the two Kim's argument. Like, I'm hearing both sides of it, and it's a pretty interesting argument. But, you know, like, Kim, listen, we are a prosperous country, but it's like a fake prosperity. Like, you know, when they just give money to people, you're going like, well, damn, they got money to give. Like, so of course we have the money. We really don't. Actually, we just print money and cause further inflation. So we cause the false perception as if we do have that money, but we don't. Just like Biden calls that false perception, like just spending billions upon billions, $1 trillion bills into all these programs, these social programs, medical programs, and all this good stuff. Is like it gives you the perception that we have money, but no, we didn't. We just printed more money, thus destroying the value of our dollar to make it seem like we got it. So actually, the other Kim does have a point. It's like, yo, we do put other people over us to our own detriment and the destruction of our dollar. So y'all both kind of got a point, because we do have the money, but it's almost like a false perception. And if we took away that false perception and actually scaled back some of this, like, I guess, help for the immigrants and also get a lot of these illegals out of here, because we spend money on them as well, we could actually give more to the American people. Like, there's $250 million in fraud that the American people will never get back. Like, think about how much people that could have helped. How much people we could have put on like 1,000 a month food stamps or something. 250 people, well, more than 250 people, but you get my point. But all right, here it is with Japan and United States. So shout out to Hellbat, because I'll give Hellbat the freebie, because Hellbat supports a lot. So I'll give you the freebie, my brother. He says Japan is 33% cheaper than the United States. Of course, you're paying 60% less. Damn, 60% less in Japan when it comes to restaurants. You're paying 13.5% less in Japan when it comes to groceries, which, ain't too much of a difference there. You're paying more when it comes to transportation, because, I mean, let's be real. Transportation in Japan is almost like New York. They heavily rely on bus and the train. Shout out to the bullet train. And housing, I mean, 53.5% less in Japan. Damn, considering that they have a population problem, I mean, that surprises that high. Let's go to childcare. They're paying 60%. Bro, why is everybody paying 60% less? Like, bro, I'm almost hating. But shout out, they pay 60.9%, really 61% less in Japan. In entertainment, they spend about 30% less in Japan. And clothing, they pay about 23% less in Japan, because Japan is actually known for clothing as well. Like, believe it or not. Actually, the shirt that I'm wearing is a Japanese clothing company. So shout out to those guys. Let's see here, that my little brother put me on to, or else I probably wouldn't be wearing this. But all right, now let's see here. Let's get back to the video that I might have conveniently lost. Nope, no, I didn't. Right here.
When you see these two men and the personal relationship that they have, you get an idea that this is not ending anytime soon. I mean, look.
Yeah, that's the name, Babe. There you go. I even got one of the little jackets back there. I actually took a liking to the brand. What can I say? And it's based out of Japan.
Might as well have been a bear hug. And while they were giving each other a hug, I won't be vulgar here, but they were certainly giving signals to the European countries as well as the United States. The fact that relationship that you see there will continue. And I point everyone in the direction of an interview that India Today did, because we learned a lot from this interview, not just about India, but let me get to that point first. In terms of Russia continuing to sell oil to India. I mean, the new U.S. sanctions really seem to be biting here. Richard, Emmanuel Macron said that these sanctions would be a game changer. In terms of coming back on that, Putin says this remains unaffected by current conditions, fleeting political swings, or indeed the tragic events in Ukraine. And he says that that energy relationship will continue. But I do also want to remind you, Richard, that these are two leaders right now looking at this relationship and taking it beyond this conflict in Ukraine, really trying to build something. Again, India buying.
I'm crying. He said out to Hellbase like, "Oh, who's your favorite little racist?" I mean, shout out to Hellbat. Oh man, you know what? I do have a favorite racist though. I do have a favorite racist, Clay Bixby.
Not just oil, but really it is the defense equipment that it buys from Russia that it
Clayton
needs.
Bixby. Shout out
But
Dave
the depth of which that relationship is evolving, along with, say, China, and we've seen the summits that Putin has had, it's not surprising that the EU is turning around and saying a version of, it's one thing not necessarily to support us, but it's no need, you don't need to actually work actively against us.
No, and it is a tightrope here that India is walking, and everyone concedes that. But if Modi didn't think he could pull this off, he certainly wouldn't have the photo opportunities that you see there. And Vladimir Putin would not have given this exclusive interview, a lengthy one, I might add, to this Indian media outlet. And I have to say, given the comments coming out from Vladimir Putin in this interview, Richard, it's been many years since I've interviewed him, but this is a Vladimir Putin I recognize. This is someone who is in a good mood, quite confident, and sees that he is able to get what he wants out of Ukraine. He did talk a little bit about the peace deal, Richard. I do have to tell you before I let you go. And he says that he does believe that what the U.S. presented to him was new, that they had to take it each piece point by point, but said that they were ready to engage in shuttle diplomacy. And here's the important bit, that he believes that what will come out of this is economic cooperation with.
So yes, Putin, well, let's be real. He may not only just get the land that he wanted, he also will get let back into the GA, back into the global economy. We're going to release some of his frozen funds, a little bit to him, but most of it will be going towards the rebuilding of Ukraine. So, there's some things that work out for Ukraine in there. There's some things. Now let's go on to Laura Logan. A deep state coup is coming for Trump. And here's the proof. Shout out to Redacted. I mean, I do like Redacted. Shout out to these guys.
Forward to talking about this.
Really, the guy, bro, has literally the most serious face in history. I don't know, he just makes a serious face the entire time.
Is a deep state coup coming for President Trump? Nefarious forces surrounding him are neocons, deep state types trying to push or trying to control President Trump in any one way or another, or something else going on here? Is it all part of a 4D chess or 5D chess or 6D chess? I can't keep track of all the levels of chess that people are playing with us right now. Laura Logan posted this warning. President Trump, based on her sources in the intel community, said, President Trump, after months of waiting, watching, investigating, and firsthand reporting, it appears increasingly obvious that you are being set up to fail, and there will be no coming back from this if you don't stop it now. Well, guess what? We've got Laura here, so I'm not going to read the whole tweet because she can tell us in her own words exactly what she sees happening here. Laura Logan, great to see you.
Hey
Welcome
there.
back to
Thank
the
you
show.
so much for having me.
So first, let me just say this. I just want to say, because, President Trump's always been great to my family. I've, interviewed him many, many, many times, just like you have. And so
I haven't actually. I've never interviewed him.
Really? Okay. I just assumed. But nevertheless, I guess my point is, there's a lot of people on the sort of MAGA influencer space, I'm sure you've seen, will sort of claim that he's, poor President Trump, he's sort of like a toddler, and there's all these people around him that are doing things to him. He's totally unaware of it, and he's just being manipulated. And he's an incredibly smart person. And I think he can always sort of smell rats, I think. But so I just want to kind of come out and say that, because I feel like people are sort of playing him almost like a little bit of a toddler in these situations. What do you think about that? Because here's a guy who will go play golf with Lindsey Graham for 4 hours.
Yeah.
And he knows how much people can't stand him.
Yep.
Lindsey Graham, he knows how much his base can't stand him. So I'm just curious what your take is on that before we dive into some of the pieces that are working against him.
Well, I think you make a very good point, one that I've made often in conversations with people, which is that, everybody, a lot of people will talk about things and say, why doesn't Trump know this? And why doesn't Trump understand this? And my first question is, how do you know he doesn't? And why would you assume that you're so much smarter, right? You know all these things and he doesn't, or you see all these things and he doesn't. Now there is an issue of how do you get to him? What filters are being put around the president that are restricting information? Like we know, for example, that before the intel agencies withheld information from him and didn't brief him on certain things. We know that the New York Times celebrated, right? They allowed a guy who was removing briefing papers from the president's desk, which is an act of treason and sedition. They celebrated him for doing that. So we know that there's an effort to control the flow of information and to keep things from him. But what I have run up against over and over again, and I want to emphasize, it's almost a year that I've been talking to people about this. So I'm one of.
All right. Let me go ahead and do this real quick. So shout out to my man Hellbat. And then I'm going to have give y'all a little bit of a history backdrop of the U.S. and Somali connection. And then we're going to get into conspiracy hour. So I definitely owe y'all guys a conspiracy hour. But shout out to Hellbat. He says, we'll see North Carolina versus Alabama. Then Alabama versus Texas? I mean, hold on now. Can I even make that happen? Whoops. Let me see if I can make that happen for you, big dog.
Those people that held back. I'm not one of those people that's out there sort of piling on about this person and that person in the administration. This one's got to go, that one's got to go. I'm conscious of what I don't know, but what I do hear from people all the time is that it's kind of like there's an asteroid belt that's been built around the inner circle surrounding President Trump. And if you try to get into that inner circle, what happens is you get into the asteroid belt and you get hit from every direction, right? From the gatekeepers who are trying to keep him away.
And hell, you're going to do like two at a time, my friend. Shoot, I wish there was a third option there, but here it is. North Carolina versus Alabama, right? So, and it looks like Alabama is cheaper than North Carolina by about 12%. Like restaurants, you're only paying about 2% less in Alabama. Groceries, 12% less in Alabama. Transportation, another 12% less in Alabama. Housing, 16% less in Alabama. Childcare, 23.8% less in Alabama. Entertainment and sports, about 5.8%. And clothing, you're paying 10% less in Alabama. So Alabama all around is about 12% cheaper than North Carolina. I mean, shoot. You can even go to a basic meal with drinks at an inexpensive restaurant. $17 in North Carolina, $16.75 in Alabama. That's like 0.1% difference. You can go down the board. Fast food combo meals from McDonald's or similar, like about 20% about 9% difference. And that's how you show it. Well, I guess that's how they break it down all together. I know they really go through like an extensive breakdown of what you'd be paying for bread, a loaf of cheese, local cheese, gallon of milk, all broke down here. So shout out. All right, now let's see, get over here. And I do want to do a quick little history lesson on what's been going down in Somalia, because a lot of people, like I said, they want to throw Somalia under the bus as if our own politicians are not involved, or if we don't have a military history that implicates us as well as low-key effing up their country. So let's get right into it. I'm gonna do it real quick for you guys, so don't worry. I won't spend too much time on here. So let's take it back. Let's take it all the way back to the Cold War, 1969 through 1977. Shah Bari in the Soviet Union. So General Mohammad Shah Bari took power in 1969 and aligned Somalia with the Soviet Union, declaring a socialist republic. Right now, let's take it all the way out to 1977 to 1978. Now, in an Ugandan war and a shift towards Washington. So Somalia invaded Ethiopia's Ugandan region in 1977. The Soviets backed Ethiopia instead, which is crazy because I thought they was, I thought they was working for, I thought it was on Somalia's side, but really they backed the Ethiopia instead. So Bari kicked the Soviets out and turned to the United States for support. Now, this is where the United States started coming in and getting involved. I mean, the Soviets used to be involved. The Somalians went out to Ethiopia trying to, start stuff with them. And the Soviets end up backing, Ethiopia, and the Soviet Union end up backing Ethiopia. So the Mohammed Bari guy, he's like, all right, screw you guys in Soviet. I'm going to turn towards your worst enemies, the USA. Well, let's see how that works out for bro. Now, let's get into the late 1970s all the way out to 1991. The U.S. backs Bari from the late 1970s until his fall in 1991. The U.S. sent hundreds of millions of dollars in armed and aid to Bari's regime in exchange for access and influence in the Horn of Africa, which is Somalia, which is the nickname for it, and the use of facilities like the port of Bereira. Sorry if I effed that up. Now, critics urge this propped up an increasingly brutal dictatorship and helped weaken Somalia's institutions so badly that when Bari fell, the whole state collapsed. So, yeah, our helped this guy become a dictator, help become more demanding or more authoritarian on the Somalian people. And this is through our tax dollars and the weapons that we sent them. Remember that part. 2, let's get into the state collapse and humanitarian intervention from 1991 to 1993. So 1991, collapse into civil war. Now, Bari was overthrown in 1991. Somalia fractured into clan-based militants and warlords. Famine and chaos followed, as they usually do. Now, 1992, Operation Restore Hope. In the late 1992, under George H.W. Bush, the United States led an unauthorized mission to secure humanitarian aid routes and stop mass starvation. U.S. ground forces deployed in large numbers. Once again, us interfering, and it didn't really work out as well. I don't know what's up with the Bushes, but any type of military intervention they get into just goes to shit. Sorry, Bushes. I guess that's just how faith had things playing for you guys. Now, the initial mission did not reduce famine deaths. No, it did not. So yes, the initial mission did not reduce famine deaths by protecting food distribution. So now some people say it did, some people say it didn't, but let's just say that the initial mission did, right? Let's just say it did for a nice little story. So the initial mission did reduce famine deaths by protecting food distribution, but it quickly slid from feed people into border nation building and disarming tasks, which didn't really work out too well. All right, now let's go to number 3, Black Hawk Down. So, and this comes to the part where some Somalians actually were able to shoot down a couple American Black Hawks. So, Black Hawk Down in the draw. This happened from 1993 to 1995, right? So, UNOMOS. So, it's UNOSOM2. And escalation. So, let's get into it. The mission became an UNOMOS. Let's call them UNOMOS. The mission became UNOMOS 2 with a mandate to disarm factions and build a Somali state, essentially a peace enforcement and a nation building operation. U.S. forces provide key muscles and special operations support. Now, October 3rd through the 4th, 1993, the Battle of Modeshi, Black Hawk Down, during an operation to seize lieutenants of warlord Mohammed Farad Adid's Somali fighter, shot down 2 U.S. Black Hawk helicopters. An 18-hour urban battle killed 18 Americans and hundreds of Somalians. Did not really lay out the actual number of how much Somalians was killed. They just say hundreds of Somalis with no specific number. So let's go to 1994 to 1995, the pullout. U.S. troops were withdrawn by March 1994. The remaining UN forces left in 1995, and the country remained in civil war. This episode scarred U.S. public opinion and made Washington very reluctant to send ground troops to Africa crisis for years. I mean, yeah, of course, look what happened. Pretty much a complete fallout of Somalia we kind of aided in. Now, the war on terror. Oh, Lord. Yeah, I know, right? And you're wondering, what they said. What the hell does Somalia got to do with the war of terror? Wasn't that other Muslim countries? Somalia didn't have anything to do with 9/11. Yeah, I know, you're right. But they still got involved. They still got dragged into it. So, early 200s, intelligence, proxies, and warlords. After 9/11, the United States began covert counterterrorism work in Somalia, intelligence operations, and paying warlords. Yeah, that always works out. But yeah, so they were paying warlords and pursuing people suspected of ties to Al-Qaeda. It was all about Al-Qaeda at the time. Now, just go to 2006. Islamic Courts Union versus Ethiopian invasion. All right. A loose Islamic movement, the Islamic Court Union, brought relative order to Somalia, especially Mogadishu. The Mogadishu, the place where the Black Hawk went down, where 18 servicemen died and hundreds of Somalians died when the 2 Black Hawks got shot down by Somalian forces. Yes, that place. The U.S. saw that the ICU, yes, the Islamic Courts of Union, the one that brought relative order to Somalia, as a potential extremist threat and backed Ethiopia's invasion, 2006 invasion that overthrew the ICU. The one Islamic organization that was bringing somewhat order to that region, and we claimed them to be what? Radical jihadists, and took them out. Yeah, I know. Crazy, right? Now, out of that chaos that followed, Al-Shabaab, a hardline faction, broke away and became a powerful insurgent group and Al-Qaeda affiliate. So they weren't working with Al-Qaeda then, but due to the fact that we was fucking them up because of Al-Qaeda, they said, F it. We might as well join them now. That's what we did. Let's get on to part 5. ongoing U.S. war against al-Shabaab that we basically created through our support of Ethiopian attacking Somalia in 06. So, I mean, whoop-to-daisy. From about 2007 onward, the U.S. involvement has been mostly counterterrorism and support to foreign troops, not large conventional deployments, thank God. Airstrikes, drones, and special operations. The U.S. force began airstrikes in 2007 and gradually expanded to drone strikes and commando raids targeting al-Shabaab and later IS Somalia, or maybe like an ISIS Somalia. Now, independent monitors like Airways have documented civilian casualties, allegations from those strikes. So yes, there were these strikes that we've been doing. There have been reported civilian casualties, alleged ones, alleged. While the U.S. usually claims precision and low civilian harm. Well, ask the people in Somalia what they think about that. Working by, with, and through. So let's talk about that. The U.S. has trained and funded African Union missions and Somali special forces, provided intelligence and embedded advisors rather than frontline large units. So no, we're not in there. We just got either the CIA or military personnel making groups and making them do what we want, just like we did in Afghanistan with the dark raids, with the NDS 03, with that Afghani guy was a part of, carrying out night raids on Taliban, which actually ended up killing civilians as well. Are you starting to see a pattern here? Because I am. But all right, now let's go to 6. Trump's withdrawal, Biden redeployment, and the current picture. Trump's first term, air campaigns increased significantly with a major strike in drone and air strikes against al-Shabaab in Somalia in the late 2020s. Trump ordered most U.S. troops withdrawn from Somalia, with many repositions to Kenya, while other airstrikes continued. Biden administration. Now, in May 2022, Biden approved the redeployment of fewer than 500 troops back in Somalia to provide on-ground support and coordination against al-Shabaab. All right, U.S. and Africa. So U.S. Africa Command continues to conduct regular airstrikes till this very day. U.S. African Command continues to conduct regular airstrikes in coordinates with the Somali government against al-Shabaab and ISIS Somalia, or IS Somalia. Trump's second term. Airstrikes are again a key tool. In early 2025, U.S. force under Trump's direction carried out strikes on IS Somalia targets in Puntland and presented as no boots counterterrorism. So, and this is completely different from al-Shabaab. Al-Shabaab is a different Somali terrorist group than IS or ICE or is Somalia. Two different groups here. So, yeah. Even in today, the U.S. is not occupying Somalia, but is deeply involved militarily. Yeah, and that is where we are right now with Somalia. There you go. The entire goddamn story, all in one. And shout out to you guys for hanging in there with me. All right, and shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, "Don't worry, they use a blood feud to win a race." And shout out Kim for sending the American flags. I appreciate the support and appreciate all the supporters. Yep. I mean, I know that was a lot to go down, but I'm pretty sure all y'all kind of get the picture. Right? Right. That is not all their fault. Some of it is due to our fact that our nation, our country likes to get involved with the opposite side. Like to pick and choose which terrorists they want to support. And we need to stop that. We need to make our politicians stop it, or else this will continuously be a thing. It's like they sit there, they complain about immigration like Lindsey Graham and Donald Trump, and then they'll sit here, and this is criticism of my side, but they'll sit there and bomb the fuck out of these countries and then are surprised when they're coming over here. Or we bomb the hell out of these countries and then we're talking about the Muslim problem in the UK. Well, how about we just stop bombing these damn countries and they wouldn't be coming over here? And we could finally put our people first. Actually, I'm even effed up to say, F it. If we're going to bomb them, leave it at that. Oh, well, let them recover. Don't bring them over here. Let them heal. Okay? And without our interference. Because every time we interfere, shit get worse. As the story I just read out proved. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get into Conspiracy Hour. And hopefully we learned a lesson.
Miles is brought to you by Cake Wallet. Helen Luttrell grabbed the girl's arm to stop her from falling. Her skin felt wrong. It was cold and spongy like raw mushrooms. Then the sunglasses slid down the girl's face, and for the first time, Helen saw her eyes. They were large, too large, and they were dark green with vertical pupils like a cat. Helen couldn't look away when the girl's thoughts flooded directly into her mind. She was terrified. Her daughter's roommate wasn't human, and the Air Force colonel who arranged for the two to live together knew exactly what he was doing. He needed a roommate who would never see what Rachel really looked like. He found Helen's daughter, Marissa, a girl who was legally blind. But the colonel had a problem.
Oh, and shout out Rev with me, and shout out Rev3 with me. He said 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate the support, my man. Appreciate that. So let me see if I missed any other support. Oh, Kim, shout out Kim West. Kim, appreciate the support. She sent 4 jewels and she sent 200s. Appreciate that.
Marissa's vision was coming back.
Now, let's get into it.
Human, we have a catastrophic situation.
I'm trying to relax and watch my stories.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt your precious stories. It's not like this is an emergency or anything.
What did you do?
Nothing. Well, something. A while ago. But now the consequences are here, and they're huge.
What consequences?
Remember when I liquidated everything because the banks are run by lizard people?
You held a press conference in the kitchen.
Now all my money's gone.
Gone how?
I turned everything into crypto, the one thing lizards don't control, and now I have no idea where any of it is. It's just floating around out there in the digital void.
That's not how that works.
Human, unsecured crypto is like catnip to reptilians, lizard nip. It runs through fiber optic cables and warms their cold-blooded guts. If I don't lock it down, the lizards will slurp it up.
You liquidated everything because you don't trust the banks.
Yeah, correct. They blink.
Your portfolio in one place.
Sorry, guys. There we go. Sorry about that.
Helen's.
Oh, and before we get into this, if you want to go in for better viewing, you can feel free to come over to the horizontal live so you can see it in a better picture. I mean, instead of looking at the small screen, which I still enjoy you guys being here, you can come over for a better viewing experience on the horizontal live. All right, let's get right into it. Appreciate the support, guys.
Helen's daughter, Marissa Luttrell, lost her vision at 13, a complication from childhood diabetes. That would make going to college challenging. In the fall of 1972, Marissa got a small apartment near American River Junior College in Sacramento, where she studied occupational therapy. The place was clean and quiet. The only problem was the rent. Her disability check barely covered groceries. She needed a roommate, and she needed help getting to class. Her college counselor, Lila Ross, handled both problems. Marissa came to her office looking for a tutor. That same morning, a student named Bobby had signed up for a part-time tutoring job. When Lila compared their schedules, she found that they had the same classes. So Bobby got a job, and Marissa got a guide who can walk her to class and read her the lecture notes. So that's one problem solved. Next, the roommate. Lila was in her office about to begin a search when there was a knock on her door. A tall man in casual clothes stood in the doorway. Next to him, a thin girl wearing wraparound sunglasses and an oversized hat. The girl looked thin and frail, almost sickly. The man introduced himself as Colonel Harry Nadian. His daughter Rachel had just registered for classes. They needed help finding a roommate. Rachel nodded at Lila and said, "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am called Rachel." This concerned Lila, but the colonel seemed normal enough, and maybe Rachel was just odd. Either way, both girls were quiet and polite, and Rachel's appearance wouldn't matter to a blind roommate. Harry wrote a check on the spot, half the rent and all utilities in advance. Lila couldn't believe her luck. Bobby appeared the same day Marissa needed a tutor, and Harry arrived just as she was about to start looking for a roommate. But none of this was coincidence. This was all carefully orchestrated. Now the experiment was ready to begin. Living with Rachel took some adjustment. Rachel was nice enough, but her speech was strange. She said she'd grown up in another country, but she didn't say which one. Rachel knew nothing about normal life. She'd never heard of Simon and Garfunkel. She didn't know what sports were. She referred to people as males and females. She sounded clinical and detached. She said she'd only met 4 people before Marissa: a reading instructor and 2 nurses on the base where Harry worked. No friends, no family besides Harry. It was like she had no past before 1969. But Marissa also had a secret of her own. Her vision was coming back. Now, it fluctuated. Some days were better than others, but she was definitely improving. Before, everything was dark, but now she could make out shapes and blurry outlines. She could see light and shadows, but she didn't tell anyone. Not Bobby, not her mother, not her counselor Lila. If people found out she could see, they would ask questions. The disability payments might stop. Harry might move Rachel somewhere else, and Marissa needed this arrangement. The rent was covered, the apartment was quiet, and she finally had independence. So she kept playing blind and kept asking for help she didn't always need. But she watched Rachel whenever she could. For the first few days, Rachel spent most of her time in her room, but eventually she would sit in the living room and talk. Marissa had already seen enough to know Rachel had long reddish blonde hair, but it was a color that she didn't have a name for. Rachel wore a big hat and sunglasses all the time. But when Rachel thought Marissa couldn't see, she'd sometimes take the hat and glasses off. Rachel had high cheekbones, thin slanted features. She was pretty.
Oh, shit.
Then there was the food. Rachel's food was strange. She was on a special diet, so her food was delivered in small cardboard boxes every few weeks. But there was never a delivery truck, never a knock on the door. The small boxes just appeared. One morning, Rachel left early for class, leaving Marissa alone in the apartment. So she grabbed her magnifying glass and one of the food boxes in the refrigerator. It was white cardboard. The only marking was a small red triangle with 3 horizontal black lines running through it. She'd never seen a logo like that before. But the same triangle logo was on the jugs of water that also appeared with the deliveries. She opened the box. Inside looked kind of like chopped spinach. It was green and mushy, but it didn't smell like spinach. It smelled like decaying wet grass. One day, Marissa asked Rachel for a taste, but Rachel said no. She said the food would make her sick. Then there was the bathroom incident, when Rachel tried to take her own life.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
One afternoon, Marissa came home and smelled something metallic. Rachel was standing over the bathroom sink, making strange, rhythmic wheezing sounds. Then Marissa saw what happened. Rachel had cut her wrists. But Rachel's blood looked strange. It was pink and watery, not red and thick. Marissa quickly grabbed Rachel's arm to try to stop the bleeding. Then she felt the cuts start to move. Rachel's skin was healing. Within seconds, the cuts were gone. Marissa wanted to call someone, but Rachel said no. No doctors, no hospitals. Nobody could know. But she promised something like this would never happen again. One morning, Marissa left class early and headed home. When she got to her building, she saw a big black car parked out front. And the license plate was strange. It was completely blank, except for that same red triangle logo that's on Rachel's food. Marissa opened the door and heard voices in the kitchen. They were low and deep, 2 men, speaking to Rachel in formal, official-sounding sentences. Through the kitchen doorway, she saw shapes at the table, 2 figures in dark suits and hats. One had a black case open. After they left, Rachel said they worked with Harry at the base and checked on her every 2 weeks. A few weeks later, Marissa was in her room when she heard them enter the apartment without knocking. She heard furniture scrape across the floor. Then the men were shouting. And for the first time, Rachel screamed. But it was not that robotic sound from the early days. Her scream sounded human, and she was terrified.
Rachel?
That night, Marissa called her mother, Helen, told her everything. The healing wounds, the food deliveries, the men in dark suits. Marissa waited for her mother to say she was crazy. Marissa knew she sounded crazy, but Helen wasn't surprised by any of it.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Helen grew up in Rome, New York, a small town outside Utica. She spent as much time as she could in the woods. That's where she'd go to see the light. She first saw the light when she was 8, a shining ball of blue hovering just above the ground, the most beautiful blue she'd ever seen. She should have been afraid, but she wasn't. Something about the light made her feel calm and safe. For 5 years, she'd sneak off to the woods to see the blue light, and every time she did, she got closer and closer to it. And when she was 13, she finally reached out and touched it. And that's when everything changed. And for the first time, the light spoke, with thoughts directly into her mind.
They want to know if I'd like to have a baby. And I said, of course not, I'm too young. And they said, that's all right, you don't have to have one now. Later you'll have one. And when you do, it will look like you, but it will be like them.
Ellen asked who them was, but she didn't get an answer. So she just got a feeling of a vast intelligence beyond anything she could understand. And that was the last time Helen saw the blue light. 7 years later, Helen got married and moved to a new town. The blue light faded into memory, mostly forgotten. But the promise it made when she was a girl was about to come true. Early spring 1951, a woman Helen had seen around the neighborhood invited her for a walk. Helen's husband was out of town, so she thought some company might be nice. During their walk, the woman said she needed to make a quick stop to see a friend. She led Helen to an old office building. Inside, it looked like a doctor's office. Then the woman disappeared down the hall. A doctor came out and insisted on examining Helen. He said she didn't look well, so she reluctantly agreed. Helen laid down on the examination table, and as soon as her head touched the surface, she was blinded by a blue light.
They tell me to hold still, be quiet. It'll be over soon. Nobody will ever know. I want to fight. I want to get off the table, but I can't move. The light pushes me down, but I'm not tied down. I just can't move.
The light came closer and closer. Then Helen felt it in her body.
I feel like they're putting something inside of me. It hurts. It hurts so bad.
Then nothing. When she opened her eyes, the light was gone, and the woman who brought her there was standing right next to her, ready to walk her home. Helen was too groggy to argue. Helen was in pain for 2 days. 6 weeks later, she realized she was pregnant. But that was impossible. Her husband was out of town.
They say the child will be like any other. Since it's my first, I won't know the difference.
She told herself the visit to the doctor wasn't real, just a bad dream. But she remembered what the light had promised. It will look like you, but it will be like them. 9 months later, Marissa was born.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
In 1955, Air Force recruit Harry Nadian received orders for specialized training. His assignment? ATIC, Aerospace Technical Information Command, a highly classified unit responsible for investigating unidentified flying objects and alien intelligence. The classroom was small, 6 airmen, 1 instructor, no windows. The lieutenant opened a folder marked with a single word, magic. Inside were photographs, crashed spacecraft in the desert, bodies recovered from the wreckage, small, gray, definitely not human. Harry was assigned to a facility called Four Corners, nowhere near the actual Four Corners region. This one was in the Nevada desert, a sister installation to Area 51. Officially, it didn't exist. Trespassers were shot on sight. Four Corners didn't look like much, and that was intentional. The real base was underground.
Power levels are fluctuating, Doctor. Increase the coolant flow. We must stabilize the reaction immediately.
Within a few months, Harry discovered he had a gift. He could communicate telepathically with the Greys. Most humans couldn't do this. Our minds are too cluttered. But Harry's mind was open, and the aliens noticed. They began requesting him specifically, first as an observer, then as an interpreter, then as a liaison between the visitors and human scientists. By 1966, Harry was in command of the entire facility. That's when he met Chisky, their leading geneticist. Chisky understood both human and alien genetics. That's because he was a hybrid. Human DNA spliced with an alien from the Zeta system. Chisky looked similar to Rachel. He was small and thin. He had large blue eyes and pale yellow skin. According to Chisky, all humans were engineered.
You were designed to be harvested. Your DNA, your genetic diversity, we built that into you. Every generation we return. We take samples, we make improvements. We have been doing this since before your species could write.
Designed to be harvested, huh? You're basically organic, free-range, farm-to-table humans for alien chicks.
Well, Harry asked why they needed human DNA. Chisky explained. His species had been cloning themselves for too long. They'd lost the ability to reproduce naturally. Humans shared the same genetic heritage, going back millions of years. Harry finally understood how important his assignment was. The hybridization program wasn't about creating soldiers or slaves. It was about saving a dying species. In September 1969, a huge craft spiraled out of control over the desert. Harry led the recovery team to the crash site. The wreckage was still burning when they got there. 3 bodies in the debris, small, gray, dead on impact. But Harry saw movement in the rear compartment. He entered the burning craft and pushed through the smoke. He found a sealed door and touched what looked like a control panel. It opened. A tiny, frail figure was trapped under a fallen equipment panel, smaller than any gray Harry had ever seen, and different. Humans can't tell the sex of a gray by looking at them, but this little being was definitely female, and her eyes were strange, not the solid black orbs of the typical grays. Her eyes were a soft, dark green, rounded at the inner corners and angling up toward her temples. And her eyes had depth. They were almost human, except for the pupils that were vertical slits like a cat or a reptilian, right? Harry understood immediately. She was part human. He carried her out of the wreckage and brought her back to Four Corners. Underground at level 8, Chisky examined her. He'd been expecting new arrivals from the hybridization program.
She is from my star system, possibly even my planet. She is a hybrid, but her blood contains human DNA markers. The 3 who died were her family. She is now alone. With proper care, she could become quite humanized, more so than any hybrid I have seen.
She had traveled from Zeta Reticuli to learn to live among humans. Now her family was dead, and she was alone. Harry made a decision the moment he looked into her green eyes. He would raise her as his daughter. He named her Rachel. The adoption required approval from ATIC HQ and the National Security Council. Harry made his case. Rachel was the first young hybrid, the first female, and the most human-like hybrid they'd ever seen. If anyone could integrate into society, it was Rachel. The approval came within hours. Too fast, Harry thought, but he didn't complain. Then the work began. ATIC sent a language expert to work with Rachel. She learned to form sounds into words, then words into sentences. Chisky developed Rachel's food, a dark green nutrient paste. She couldn't digest meat or process food. The food was packed in white boxes marked with a red triangle, the symbol of the humanization project. Rachel looked almost human, but not human enough that people wouldn't notice. So she was given hats and scarves to hide the shape of her head, always long sleeves to cover her thin arms, and sunglasses. She would always have to wear sunglasses. And after 3 years of training, Rachel was ready.
3 years of training to pass as human, eh? I know a few tech company CEOs that might want to take that course.
Harry received transfer orders, liaison duty at an Air Force base in California, a desk job, perfect for a single father raising an unusual daughter. He enrolled Rachel at American River Junior College, but she couldn't live alone. She needed a roommate, someone patient, someone kind, and someone who wouldn't ask questions, someone who couldn't see what she really looked like. Harry was surprised the housing coordinator had the perfect match, a legally blind girl, quiet, patient, desperate for a roommate who would pay half the rent. Harry thought this was an amazing coincidence or a stroke of good luck. He had no idea that ATIC had been watching Marissa for months.
Oh, we get a blind girl, though. That's funny.
Helen drove to Sacramento to see Marissa, and she wanted to see this roommate for herself. Marissa introduced them at the door. Rachel was polite, soft-spoken, and strange. She wore an oversized hat and wraparound sunglasses, even inside. Her voice was flat and careful, like she was reading from a script. Helen tried to shake her hand, but Rachel flinched. She didn't want to be touched. Later, near the kitchen, Rachel tripped on a bump in the carpet. Helen grabbed her arm to stop her from falling, and in that moment, everything Helen believed about the world changed. Rachel's skin, her eyes, the flood of fear directly into her mind. Helen let go. Rachel pulled up her sunglasses and ran back to her room. Helen left and sat in the car for 20 minutes, confused and unsettled. She had no idea this was an experiment. She also didn't know the experiment had failed. That night, Rachel contacted Harry. He arrived at the apartment the next morning and called a meeting, all four of them. He told them everything. The Air Force, the classified training, the underground base, the crashed spacecraft, the humanization project, an experiment to see if hybrids could integrate into human society.
She's supposed to be like people, but she can't do it. She tries, and it doesn't work out. She doesn't look the same. No matter what she does, she can't pull it off. And she says, I sound funny. I try to talk like the other people, and I cannot do it.
Marissa spoke first. She said she didn't want Rachel to leave. Rachel had been kind to her, patient. Marissa didn't care what she looked like. Then Rachel said something that shocked Helen.
I have never had a mother. I do not know what a mother is supposed to be. I wish you were my mother.
Helen said that was sweet and almost dismissed it, but Rachel had more to say.
Maybe you do not remember. Someday you will remember.
Suddenly, Helen felt something she couldn't explain. Recognition. Harry saw the feeling flash across Helen's face. Then he asked about the moment she'd caught Rachel's arm and looked into her eyes. Did Rachel say anything to her? Helen said no, not out loud. Harry nodded slowly. He had to say something else. The truth about Helen. For years, Helen struggled to piece together the memories of what happened between Marissa and Rachel all those years ago. So she underwent hypnotic regression with Dr. June Steiner. The regressions unlocked everything. Helen remembered being in the girl's apartment standing in the kitchen. Rachel was there. She looked at Helen and said, I want to show you where I live. Rachel walked to the kitchen window. But when Helen looked, it wasn't the street outside. It was a white corridor. Rachel put her finger against the glass and told Helen to do the same. When their fingers touched the window, the kitchen dissolved. Suddenly, she wasn't in the apartment. She was underground in a round room lined with tanks. Inside the tanks were babies, floating in green liquid. They had pale skin and long, thin limbs.
This is where I came from.
But there was much more to Rachel's story than just a hybrid Harry had adopted.
Oh, God. That I had a child that wasn't what I thought it was. When I looked in Rachel's eyes, that's why I thought they were so beautiful. She was maybe trying to tell me something then. Maybe she was trying to tell me the truth.
The embryo extracted in 1951 was taken to Zeta Reticuli, grown in a tank filled with green liquid, modified with extraterrestrial DNA, then returned to Earth. Rachel's alien family had brought her back to the planet where her human side had come from, back to the woman who was her mother. Helen looked into Rachel's eyes and felt recognition because somehow she knew, because a mother always knows. Helen sat with the truth. Rachel was her daughter, taken from her and grown on another world, returned to Earth in a craft that crashed in the desert. But there was more. Rachel also had DNA from the Colonel. Harry was Rachel's genetic father and her adoptive father, which meant Marissa and Rachel shared the same biological mother. They were half-sisters. Harry had wondered back in 1972 if it was all really a coincidence, how Marissa appeared at exactly the right moment, how everything lined up so perfectly. It wasn't a coincidence. ATIC knew who Helen was. They knew about the embryo. They knew Marissa was Rachel's half-sister before anyone else did. Even her tutor, Bobby, with his perfectly matching schedule, had been placed. The humanization project had specifically reintroduced Rachel to her own family. They wanted to see what would happen when a hybrid encountered her biological relatives, whether a connection would form, whether that connection could be controlled. Helen finally understood. The blue lights, the missing time, the surgery. It wasn't luck. It was a breeding program. 3 generations of women, bred like lab rats. But lab rats are disposable. So with the failure of the humanization experiment, the military began tying up loose ends, and they would start with Rachel. Near the end of the spring semester, Rachel disappeared. She left a note taped to her mirror.
Dear Marissa, I will miss you very much, but I have left you a special gift to remember me by. Love, Rachel.
Marissa sat on Rachel's empty bed and read the note. Then she stopped. She wasn't using her magnifying glass. She looked around the room, the furniture, the window, the sunlight. Everything was sharper than it had been in years. Rachel could heal wounds in seconds. She healed herself after the crash. Now she'd done something else. Rachel healed Marissa's eyes. Marissa's retinas had been destroyed by diabetes when she was 13. For 6 years, she'd been legally blind. Now she could read street signs. She could see faces. She could finish college. She could complete most of the work for her master's degree. Rachel had given her sight back, but she couldn't heal the diabetes. When Marissa was 38, she died from complications of the disease she'd fought since childhood. But for 18 years, she could see. That was Rachel's gift. The colonel chose Marissa because she was blind. He needed a roommate who would never see what Rachel really looked like. Rachel undid that. She healed the very condition that protected her cover. She chose her sister over the mission. And that was the final betrayal.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
The humanization project made a mistake. The scientists wanted their hybrids to simulate human emotion. They needed them to blend in, to smile at the right time, to laugh at a joke. But they didn't really want them to feel, just pretend to feel. Real emotion is dangerous. Real emotion creates loyalty. And loyalty to family is a threat to the mission. Rachel crossed that line. She loved Marissa and Helen. She called Helen mother. She called Marissa sister. She stopped reporting back to the base and started protecting her new family. The men in black noticed. The reports grew more alarming with each visit.
Subject displays emotional attachment to roommate. Subject refers to H. Luttrell as mother. Subject has ceased regular reporting.
But Harry saw it coming. He watched his daughter becoming more independent, more attached to her human life. He tried to protect her. He tried to smooth things over with ATIC. But the colonel knew how the military handled compromised assets. You don't fix them. You liquidate them.
God damn.
2 years after leaving the apartment, Rachel was dead, pushed down a flight of stairs.
She cared too much about me and Marissa. She was only allowed to go so far, and she went beyond that point. It wasn't time yet for that to happen. Then she was gone.
According to Helen's regression, the order came from the military or the government, and the colonel knew it was coming. He was connected with her death, but not directly responsible. He wasn't even there, but he agreed it needed to be done. But Harry loved her, but he had orders, and somewhere along the way, he convinced himself that Rachel's death was necessary for the greater good of the project, but he was wrong. Years later, Helen learned that the colonel no longer believed the humanization project was good for mankind. He thought it became dangerous, that the hybrids were being used. But by then, it was too late for Rachel. But Harry could still do one thing. He could make sure someone eventually told the truth. That's why he told Helen everything. He couldn't save his daughter, but he could make sure that she wasn't forgotten.
Man, AI.
No!
AI is amazing.
A blind student finds a roommate with mushroom skin and green eyes. Her father, an Air Force colonel, reveals she's a human-alien hybrid, part of a government experiment. That's the story Helen Luttrell tells in her book, Rachel's Eyes. And Helen says this is 100% a true story. But is it? The main problem is everything comes from Helen's book.
It's always a book.
Right. And Helen wrote a few of them. but they're all sort of a rehash or a small expansion of the same story.
Cash grab?
It feels like it. There's nobody around to confirm any of it. Marissa died before the book was written. Colonel Nadian has never been found. And in later books, his name changes a little bit. Helen's encounter happened in 1972. Her hypnosis didn't happen until 1998. 26 years is a long time, especially for memory. And hypnosis is controversial. It can create false memories just as easily as it recovers real ones.
Hypnosis can create false memories, huh? Well, so can cable news. At least hypnosis doesn't have commercials for erectile dysfunction. Not that I noticed that.
Helen describes classified projects like Magic and Pounce. But all this information was circulating in UFO literature long before her regressions. All the names were changed. There's no record of the apartment or that roommate arrangement. But there is one piece of physical evidence that's in one of Helen's books. Investigators contacted American River Junior College. The college sent a letter back on official stationery confirming that a student named Rachel Nadian attended classes there in 1972. That was the smoking gun. But not so fast. When investigators went back to follow up, the letter was gone. The employee who signed it was transferred, and the college files listed no record of anyone named Rachel Nadian. It was like she was erased from history. But there are some things that are true. Helen Luttrell is real. She wrote the book under her own name and faced decades of ridicule without changing her story. Her therapist, Dr. June Steiner, staked her reputation on this case. And Helen was warned years before the book came out that if she ever spoke of the humanization project, harm would come to her and her family, but she published anyway. And others who knew Marissa remember Rachel.
I remember her saying that Rachel couldn't go out in the sun. She wore sunglasses all the time, even indoors. Apparently, her skin had an odd texture. Rachel didn't eat regular food. She had to eat special food that came in little white boxes. Then Marissa told me that the girl disappeared, that she didn't know where she went, that this roommate just was gone.
Helen's story stays consistent. Her descriptions of Rachel's skin and eyes never change. False memories usually shift over time, but Helen's didn't. Her emotional response was also very intense. Sobbing, trembling, she was in genuine distress. Trauma therapists say those reactions are hard to fake. The evidence doesn't prove the story's true. A single witness, recovered memories, no physical proof. Any prosecutor would throw this case out. But if the story were fabricated, the details should shift. The witnesses should contradict each other. They don't. Now, skeptics say Helen has PTSD from growing up in an unstable household, a violent marriage, and she's experienced something through the only framework that she can make sense of. Or maybe she's telling the truth. Whatever Rachel was, hybrid, human, or something else, she mattered. She wanted to belong. She learned to speak our language and walk through our world. Rachel formed bonds. She healed her sister's eyes. She felt compassion, empathy, and love.
That's a real
She
one.
became human in all the best ways possible. And that's the tragic irony of this story. She became more human than the people who raised her. And then they killed her for it. Thank you so much for hanging out today. I'm AJ.
And all right, yep, we're gonna call it a night on that one as well, man. Appreciate the support, guys. Yeah, man, it's been a good live, so shout out to you guys. Hey, man, hey, I know I lost some subscriber this one, but I gained a whole lot more than I lost, so it's all good over here, man. It's all good, man. All good. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and close out, guys. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. I will catch you guys tomorrow. This is Set with Set Media. And I will leave you with these, couple informative, some funny clips. Appreciate the support, guys. And I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
Hey, America, I'm learning about your history and just heard about the Boston Massacre. How many people died? The British killed 5 people. Just 5 million people? Just 5 million? No, just 5 people. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. Why did you call it a massacre if it's just 5 people? We define anything above 4 deaths as a massacre. What would you have called it? I don't know, the Boston interaction? That's not history. I would never recorded that. I've lost millions of more people and have way less dramatic titles than the Boston Massacre. Okay, wait, I'm starting to put things together. How many people died in the Gangzhou disagreement? 40 million. 40 million people. Okay, what about when you're talking about that Guangdong disagreement? Did anybody die there? Yeah, like 300 million people died, and then like 40% of all habitable land got destroyed. You have to be making this up. 300 million men, women, and children died? No, you said people, right? No, 300 million men died. Yeah. No, you said people is wild. Yeah, they are wild.
Rob, you had one of the charts that you had up a minute ago, which was phenomenal, showing who's getting entitlement benefits. Check this out. This is family receiving welfare. So purple is illegal headed households. Red is legal immigrants. Blue is U.S.-born headed households.
The people we want to give the welfare to.
People you
Citizens.
want to give it to. And when you look at this, cash, go with a food. Look at what food looks like. Illegal, 48%. Legal, 38%. That becomes what? That's 82%, whatever that number is. A massive percentage of it is those two. Then you have the Americans. People see numbers like this. They're like, what am I doing with my tax pay? Why am I paying taxes? To support who?
Taxpayers have been Fyodor Dostoevsky, the master of human contradiction, once said, "Nothing is easier than to denounce the evildoer. Nothing is more difficult than to understand him." He didn't write to glorify pain or justify cruelty. He wrote to remind us that every monster was once a child who wanted to be loved. That behind every sin there is a reason we no longer try to see. He believed the soul is not divided between good and evil, but torn between what it hides and what it dares to confess. We judge easily because understanding requires us to look inside ourselves, to see the same chaos, the same fear, the same fragile longing for meaning. Dostoevsky understood that morality is not purity. It's the courage to confront our own darkness without pretending we're untouched by it. And maybe that's why his words still echo today, because we are all, in some way, trying to forgive the parts of ourselves we once condemned in others.
The man of knowledge must be able not only to love his enemies, but also to hate his friends. It sounds almost blasphemous in a world where we're taught that friendship is sacred and hatred is poison. And yet there's a profound truth hiding in these words that most of us are too uncomfortable to acknowledge. To love your enemies requires seeing beyond the surface, recognizing the humanity in those who oppose you, finding understanding where instinct demands rejection. But to hate your friends, that's the more difficult task. It means being willing to stand in opposition to those you care for when they are wrong. It means refusing to let affection blind you to falsehood. The person who seeks knowledge cannot afford the luxury of unconditional agreement. They must be willing to challenge even those ideas that come from beloved sources. They must recognize when loyalty becomes complicity, when friendship becomes an echo chamber. The pursuit of knowledge demands that we see the world and the people in it as they truly are. And sometimes that means loving what hurts us and questioning what comforts us. It's not easy, but then again, truth never is.